Oh my God.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting for March 10th, 2026. We're going to resume with public hearing item number 4, and I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you. Public hearing item number 4 is LPC 26-03326, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 189, Lot 7501, 2 Varick Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. This is a neo-Grec Queen Anne-style warehouse designed by George W. de Cahuna and built in 1881 to 1882. Application is to construct platforms, ramps, and railings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation staff. The application is for work at 2 Varick Street, which is located on the south side of the block here, bounded on the west by Varick Street, on the south by Franklin Street, and the east by West Broadway in the Tribeca West Historic District. So the building is a warehouse that was built in the late 1880s, as Corey said, and as you can see, over time it was modified and heavily modified when Varick Street was widened. So here are some existing conditions photos where you can see here's the West Broadway side, Franklin Street side, and this is the Varick Street side. So the application before you is to install a diamond plate platform, ramps, metal cable railings at the perimeter of the building, as you can see here in the plan. The construction of a diamond plate platform, ramps, and railings was already approved by the Commission in conjunction with other work at the base of the building, including the installation of marquees and the replacement of ground floor infill in 2015. So since that permit and its subsequent amendments and extensions have expired, the proposal must be reviewed by you, the Commission, again. So the proposal remains largely the same. Here's what was approved back in 2015. Except parts of the platform on West Broadway and Franklin Street sides, as you can see here, are a little bit shorter than they were originally proposed in 2015. Additionally, this part of the platform is being omitted from the proposal. Finally, the installation, and I mean, I can zoom through this really quickly. We can always come back, but this is just elevations and plans of each side of the building. And you can see in section here that the installation of the ramps will be into the concrete paving adjoining the building, as well as portions of the granite sidewalk on the West Broadway and the Franklin Street sides, and then concrete on the Varick Street side. There will be no attachment points to the building itself. These are additional details. And then finally, at the end of the presentation, you can see where similar installations have been approved by the Commission in the Tribeca Historic Districts. And if you have any questions, the applicant is here to answer them.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Okay, noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for public testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be Jeremy Woodhoff. You'll be promoted as a panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jeremy Woodhoff, speaking for the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society is pleased to see the proposed revisions to Certificate of Appropriateness 178603 issued on November 5th, 2015. That permit allowed the installation of diamond plate platforms the full length of the Varick Street, Franklin Street, and West Broadway facades. It was too extensive, adding too much steel to the base of this building. The platforms are apparently a reference to loading docks, but the unfortunate Varick Street elevation, created when the building's western portion was demolished to accommodate the widening of Varick in 1918, never had loading docks. The historic photos of Franklin and West Broadway show fixed sidewalk canopies on each facade, but the canopies obscure the ground floor facades under them. It's impossible to say if there were continuous loading docks extending along both sides. We appreciate the necessity of creating accessibility. However, the proposed platforms still obscure too much of the historic facades. They will still be visually obtrusive. They should be minimized wherever possible. We recommend cutting them back on both Varick and Franklin streets, where they dead end under display windows. It would also help if the extensive stainless steel cabling were minimized or eliminated. It appears to be unnecessary due to the relatively low height of the platforms above grade. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends approval.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to the comment?
Yes, my name is Gustavo Luxinger. I'm from Bone Levine Architects. So the footprint that you see right now on the Varick Street side of the proposed access platform is the minimum required to be able to resolve all of the maneuvering that's required along that front. So we always need return radius. We cannot have a dead end without a return radius solved, and this is the minimum footprint required to resolve that ramp, the changeover to the level elevated area, and then access to each of the doors. In the other fronts, there's essentially, we're pretty much just upgrading the pre-existing footprints, and we need the continuous the continuous loading dock, because we're only able to accommodate the access ramp along the West Broadway front. And so, in order to be able to provide the handicap accessibility to the Franklin Street front, we have to continue it. In any case, the pre-existing encroachment already existed. We're just making it handicap accessible.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion to
So
close the
moved.
hearing? Commissioner Mahan, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Let's see. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. Overall, what I'm looking at was being proposed as a reduction in scope from the last approval. In general, I think it was a good move to reduce some of the platform. I guess before it might have read more like an apron around, but we still have a place where we can view the building, and it breaks up the monotony of the steel plating itself. I guess I do have a question based off of the notes provided, the attachments to the existing granite itself. Could I get some clarification on that?
Yes, there are some full granite vault cover slabs on a couple of the street frontages, or at least portions of them. And it does seem that the edge of the sort of new diamond plate clad stair would have interaction with the edges of those vault cover slabs. So in general, staff always does have, basic concerns about attaching to any historic fabric, but certainly walking surfaces or other elements that could potentially deteriorate further by them. So we often have comments that suggest that applicants work with staff to ensure that any attachments are absolutely necessary, and if so, they're minimized to the greatest extent possible.
Okay. I guess that being the case, I'd like that to be looked in if that attachment can be removed or lessened. But overall, I find it appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I think that looking at the floor plan, the approach does cover all the needed access and turnaround radiuses needed for the accessibility. So I don't see any ways to reduce this without it feeling very awkward. In regards to the comment that was made about the obstruction of view, I do wonder whether or not at the height that the rise is at 24 inches, by code, I believe that the 4-inch rule is for 30 inches or above, that this could satisfy code and not even need the intermediates and just have the stanchions as a simple railing guardrail construction. I would definitely entertain that option. I'd like to see what my fellow commissioners think about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I think it's appropriate. I think
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. Appropriate as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen? Commissioner Mahan?
Same here.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
agree.
Okay, and Commissioner Wilder?
Agreed.
Yeah, and we can certainly, again, work with the applicant on the need for any of those intermediate railings, given its height.
To just minimize the necessary visual obstruction.
Well, we can explore that with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kumbe, would you like to read the motion?
In the matter of LPC 26-03326, 2 Varick Street, Tribeca West Historic District, a neo-Grec Queen Anne style warehouse designed by George W. DeCuna and built in 1881 to 1882. This application is to construct platform railings, ramps and railings. This certificate of appropriateness, 17-86303, LPC-17-8191, was issued on November 5th, 2015, approving the installation of a more extensive group of platform railings, replacement of storefront and ground floor infill, modifications of masonry openings, installation of glass canopies, relocation of Siamese connections, and the painting and repair of stucco. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed ramps are necessary for ADA compliance and that the installation of the platform will allow the 2 ramps to provide barrier-free access to all storefronts and entrances. That historical photographs provided evidence of historic loading platforms around the base of the building, that the platform, ramps, and railings will be in keeping with the character of other similar installations within the historic district in terms of material, size, and simple design, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building, the streetscape of the Tribeca West Historic District. However, I note that the attachments to the granite sidewalk slabs could damage historic paving. Therefore, I recommend that the attachments to the historic granite paving be minimized or eliminated in consultation with the staff. Also, that the existing hand railings and the placements of the stanchions be looked at as well with the staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder, would you second that?
I second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Quimby.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder. With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
That's been approved with modifications. Please continue to work with staff. Let's move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is public hearing item number 5, LPC 26-07468, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 643, Lot 49, 52 Gansevoort Street in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is a vernacular-style market building built circa 1850 to 54 and altered in 1937 by S. Walter Katz. The application is to install a painted wall sign.
Hello, Commissioners and Landmark staff. My name is Jackie Puduvalin, JPD Preservation Consulting. I'm here today with the architect, Ana Maria Torres of AT Architects. Thank you for hearing this application. This proposal is for the installation of a painted sign for the commercial tenant at 58 Gansevoort. The building stands about mid-block on the south side of the street between 9th and Washington. Here are photos showing the south side of the block with the subject building's neighbors. There's presently a painted wall sign at the parapet of the neighboring building, but I was informed by staff last week that that sign does not actually have a permit. but just know it's there, and there's a minor mistake on this slide. Innocent mistake, I swear. The other low-scale buildings on this block to the east did receive permits for pin-mounted letter signs on the parapets, which you see here at Hermes and Brunello Cucinelli. Here are photos of 58 Gansevoort from the early 20th century, before the buildings to the east and west were replaced. The building was housing a company that was related to the wholesale food market that dominated the area at this time, and the company name was painted on the parapet. Referencing this as a historic precedent for signage on the building, we think it would be appropriate to once again use this parapet for signage for the commercial tenant. Because this area was historically a commercial district, there was a lot of painted signage in the late 19th or early 20th centuries. Here we're looking at Gansevoort Street and Little West 12th Street as viewed from 9th Avenue in the 1930s. And here we're looking at signage that was affixed to different floors on this building on West 14th Street in the 30s. On the left and on the right is a large sign at the corner that was at 13th and Washington in the 20s. And this photo is a building at the corner of Washington and Little West 12th in the 20s, where you can see here too, there were signs painted above the second floor windows. And the commission recognizes this history of painted commercial signage in this district, and for that reason has approved many painted wall sign master plans. Some of them are here. And here's the existing and proposed building elevations. I just also want to note that there's already been a staff level approval issued for recladding an existing bracket sign by the door and applying discrete vinyl letters at the storefront windows. And with that, I'd like to introduce the architect, Ana Maria Torres of AT Architects.
As you know, good afternoon. My name is Ana Maria Torres. And basically, Bottega Veneta, which is a luxury, retail, it wants to do put the logo and recuperate the 1930 approach to the building to put their logo in a light green on the parapet. Then we are just asking for the approval of, this is the last one, the approval of the sign. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay, let's see if we have any public, oh,
Really quick.
okay.
And it's just because I'm looking at this image here and Bottega Veneta is not centered on the facade. And then I looked at your elevation and it shows it's centered. I'm just curious, which one is it?
Center.
Okay, thank you.
Center, please.
That's funny. Okay, let's move to remote to public testimony. Is there anybody in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay, then let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Wilder, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumbe, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Chen, would you like to start this discussion?
Love to. We're just in the district over the weekend. I think this is, given the background and the context, and hopefully the pin mounted will not damage the building, I can find this appropriate. Painted, okay.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I think this looks entirely appropriate. There's a long and well-documented history of these types of signs at this building and in the district. The sign is proportionally in scale with those and entirely appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I find it appropriate.
Is there anybody else who has a different opinion? Okay, so let's go ahead and read the motion. Thank you.
Glad to. In the matter LPC 26-07468, 52 Gansevoort Street, Gansevoort Market Historic District. The application is to install a painted wall sign. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Gansevoort Market Historic District, I recommend approval, finding the proposed work will not damage or conceal any significant architectural features, that the ample historic precedence exists for painted wall signage at the second floor of buildings on this block, as evidenced by ghost signs and historic photographs. And the proposed sign is in keeping with placement and character of that historic signage, that the scale and color of the proposed painted sign is proportionate to and compatible with the building and will not overwhelm the facade, that the work is reversible in nature and will not damage the brick masonry, that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural historic character of the building or the historic district.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahan, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg. Not here. Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's been approved. Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 25-11093. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 474, Lot 7508, 54 Greene Street in the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District. This is a warehouse designed by J.F. Duckworth and built in 1872 to 73. The application is to install diamond plate cladding over vault lights.
Commissioners, I am Natalie. I am an architect with Bayham Carroll.
Please speak directly into the mic. Thanks.
Sure. Okay. Our project is located at 54 Greene Street, corner of Broome Street. It is located in the Soho-Cast Iron District. The scope of work is for the installation of diamond plate over the existing deteriorated bullet glass panels. Although this scope would typically be approved at staff level, this building is subject to a special permit 74-711 issued in 2007, which has a restrictive declaration that the important historic conditions of the building be restored and maintained. We have the 1940s tax photo and photo from 2024 after the restorations to the facade were completed by our office. As you can see in the photo, the building is in great conditions and the owners have taken great care to maintain its historic features. Over the years, they have sealed the cracks in the bullet glass frames and have replaced the broken vault lights in kind regularly. However, due to the natural wear and tear of the constant foot traffic and the rain and snow that the panels are subjected to, the typical maintenance is no longer sufficient. The vault lights no longer seal around the edges, and every time it rains, the basement gets flooded, and it has caused a lot of deterioration to important building equipment housed underneath. Just recently, in January, they had to have another boiler repair, in part due to water damage caused from the leaky vault lights. And the building was without heat in one of the coldest months we've had. Ownership is looking for immediate economically feasible solution to address the water infiltration issues to prevent further damage to the historic panels and to the building structure and equipment. This is a plan of the ground floor that shows the current conditions at sidewalk level. On the Greene Street side here, we have a combination of diamond plate at the building entrance, concrete flags here, and then the bullet glass panels towards the corner and moving east up Broome Street. Our proposed scope of work is shown here. So in light pink is the existing diamond plate. The maroon is where we propose to cover with diamond plate. The idea is to cover both the bullet glass panels that are deteriorated along with the concrete flags as well, just for visual continuity and uniformity. And then here are existing bullet glass steps that are not subjected to the same level of wear and tear as the panels, and so those we propose to keep. So this is just an image showing the photos that we have taken in the next few slides. And I'm not going to spend too much time in these photos because we did a more thorough assessment that it's towards the end in the appendix of each panel. But here we see this is the elevator entrance where we restore the entrance to match the historic features and the diamond covered area at the entries. Here are the flags, the concrete flags along Greene Street. Then these are close-ups of the corner flags at the corner of Greene Street and Broome Street. And then more detailed photos that shows some of the areas where the frames have cracked. And then these are more overall images along Broome Street that shows the extent of the bullet glass panel. And a few more close-ups of damaged frames. And then here are the egress steps. And then these are the areas from below that show some of the corrosion that is happening to the building pipes. And the boiler that needed to be repaired, and some of the puddles that they deal with the constant rain. Some of the mold damage that happens after some of this rain that has to keep being remediated. And let's see if this will play. No. Well, I had linked the video of the basement damage, and you see sort of all the water kind of falling through, but here are sort of a few snapshots that kind of show the amount of water accumulation that happens constantly over here. Let me see. Oh, sorry. And then during some of our conversations with the preservationists and the community board, we've been asked to substantiate why the condo cannot do a full replacement of the panels at this time. And so, we engaged our contractor who had given us an estimate for the covering with the diamond plate. And this is the quote for what a full replacement will cost. And, we were in contact with a few manufacturers of the bullet glass panel. And on the right, you see a proposal from GBA for what it would cost to just fabricate the panels. And then on the right is the cost from the GC with all the extra associated work. Once we propose to replace the panels at the sidewalk level, it also triggers us to have to meet with new DOT loading standards, which requires that the structure below also be reinforced. And as you can see, this brings the cost close to a $2.8 million renovation, which is
Sure.
yeah, and the cost, which I didn't include in this presentation, to cover the diamond plate runs around $180,000. And so the board does not have the funds to undertake a full replacement at this time. And leaving the vault glass exposed as is will only create irreparable damage to the historic fabric of the building, which they take great pride in maintaining in a first-class condition. So we're asking to be allowed to cover the vault glass with a diamond plate, a reversible measure in the future, and one that is as of right for most of the properties in this district. So here we have done a more thorough survey of the conditions of the panels, and we have designated a panel number just so we can track. And then the areas shown in red are, as you will see in the photos, are of the frames that have been worn off, where the grooves have completely been smoothed out from the foot traffic, and you can no longer see that detail that is typical of these frames. And the areas in light blue are frames that were replaced, not sure when, but they're still in relatively good condition. Some of the lights have cracked, but other than that, they look pretty good. And the areas in greens are panels that have a lot of damage to the lights. And even when the lights are replaced, they still leak. And then the circled areas are the areas where we have cracked frames. And so this is just an overall photo looking at the corner, and then one looking up Broome Street. And then this is sort of, I'm not gonna go through reading through each assessment, but you can kind of see here where some of the frames are completely smooth versus like the ones on the left, you can see that groove pattern that is where people walk less. And then you can see here, there's a few lights that have been replaced in kind, but most of them are like severely broken or shattered. And then this is kind of showing, it was very difficult to document the basement from below. It was very dark during this last few snowstorms. And this is just kind of trying to show how some of the frames, the cracks are going through, that it's not just like a surface level crack, but actually it goes through below. And then lastly, we surveyed the neighboring properties, just one block in each direction of our property, to show the properties that already have diamond plate covered. As you can see here, most of the properties have been covered with diamond plate. And then these are just a few photos of the ones directly adjacent to us. So these are our neighbors on Broome Street to the east. The whole sidewalk on the east side is all covered in diamond plate. And then this is, it wraps the corner. This whole building is all covered in diamond plate. And then this is across the street. And then this is the building, the Gunther building right across from us, who did their sidewalk replacement back in 2016, I think. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, quick question. Do you know why panel 8 is in fairly good condition as compared to the other ones right
So at
adjacent
one
to it?
point that had been covered with diamond plate and it was replaced. I'm not sure about the timeline of when that replacement occurred, but it was after the assessment that was done in 2007.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
So why was this building given a 74-711? What was the waiver that was granted?
You want,
Or what was the waiver is not the right word, but. It was for use, not for bulk, okay.
Only use, no bulk.
And that was granted when?
I think it was 2007.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if this is really a question for you guys or for staff, but you'd said that vault lights, a few of them have been replaced. I assume that's because they can be replaced. Why not
Maybe I
replace the
can
broken
answer.
ones?
Well, my office happens to be across the street, one of the buildings that were shown.
Can you state your name for the record? Yeah.
Sorry, my office is across the street, one of the buildings. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Behan Karahan. I'm the architect. And I have observed over the years, every weekend, the owners were bringing some contractor to replace the bullet glass panels. For some reason, it was their understanding that they were doing the maintenance required as per the legal document. So they understood the idea of maintenance to be replacing bullet glass panels that were missing. Bullet glass pieces. But over the years then, the actual metal frames that hold the bullet glass started to crack, and it's become much more difficult. When they replace it, they just don't fit anymore.
Okay, thank you.
And you're welcome. And also there's a lot more, in our neighborhood, there's a lot more deliveries and delivery trucks. So every time they cross these areas, they shatter the bullet glass, much more than it ever used to be. I moved in there in 1994, but the last 2 years has been the most severe.
Thank you. Corey, can you talk a little bit about the commission's experience with these and what the latest what your latest thoughts are on bullet glass maintenance?
Well, also, maybe I'll start with what I think may have been your question, and that is, if the applicant were to just propose to replace them in kind, would they be here in front of you today? And the answer is no, that would be a staff level approval. So these are certainly significant architectural features, but like pretty much any feature, if it can be proven that they're deteriorated beyond repair, then staff can issue a permit to replace them in kind. So the added complexity here is that with the special permit that was granted and sort of the sound first class condition requirement that goes along with it, the commission has almost always required that existing, especially exposed vault lights be kept that way, be restored, be continuously maintained, and generally not allowed those to be covered up. And in some cases where they were already covered up, the commission may have asked them to remove that covering and restore the vault lights. So there was always a sense that these were significant features and that they should be visible and prominent and kind of respected and cared for. And in this case, this proposal did get approvals to do a lot of restoration work. They were not required to restore, I think, all of the vault lights that may have been exposed at one point in time, like the actual steps that wrap around the corner. They still have diamond plate on them today. But certainly these parts were exposed, and that was part of that approval, was to restore them. So like the applicant said, if this were any other building that didn't have a special permit and they had vault lights that were deteriorated and causing these types of problems, staff could very well issue a permit to cover them with diamond plate. That's in our rules. It's a 10-year-old rule at this point, because we do know that, in fact, they are very difficult to maintain. They require constant maintenance, even replacements of the different vault lights or other elements can fail and let in water relatively quickly. And if there are cracks, they too can move and open up the repairs that were made and cause further damage inside. So there's no doubt that they are difficult architectural elements to take care of, and they require lots of maintenance. But nonetheless, that's kind of the background of why we're here today. I think the new technology maybe uses different types of sealants. If they were to replace them in kind, maybe there's less maintenance in the short term. I would imagine eventually you would encounter similar problems.
Thanks.
But do you accept restoration over time? 6 months you do X, 6 months you do Y, and just restoration over time?
Yeah, I think the maintenance requirement from the special permit requires sort of a cyclical assessment. And if something's identified as needing to be addressed, then I believe the owners are required to do that. And it's 7 or 8 years, whatever the agreement was back at that time. So I think, had those reports been going on and had staff been looking at them, and I think in some cases we'd say, hey, these vault light panels need work. There's missing glass bullets. You need to maintain these. So I think for the most part that happened, at least in one stage here, maybe going back, was it 8 to 10 years ago? Staff did look at some of this work, and the owners did do some of that work. But I think here we are again, probably at the next stage where this needs to be addressed. And so these applicants are asking to cover it, keep it in place, but cover it with diamond plate as the way to address the deterioration.
And the restrictive declaration specifically says the first class maintenance of these elements, such as the vaults.
Yes.
That was, and the replacement, repair of vaults is something we know about. That's not an unknown to us. So when it was declared that, it was already known what it took to maintain them.
Yeah, I mean, diamond plate's been installed over vault lights for many, many decades. This is a well-known
No, I'm
issue.
talking about restoring and keeping the existing historic.
Yeah,
vaults.
I think so. Yes, that would have been part of that agreement.
Yeah. Okay.
Did the staff confirm that they agree with the assessment that the vault lights are irreparable?
I'm not sure that, I think there's degrees to that. A broken panel probably is one that needs to be replaced. If there are through cracks, things of that nature, less concerned with sort of the wear and tear and eroding of surface grooves, which may be a safety hazard to some extent, but
They are
not
quite
necessarily
slippery, correct.
So I don't know that every panel has sort of that must be replaced condition to them. Maybe many of them could have their lights replaced and resealed and all of those things, but I'm not sure if the staff wants to add anything to it, but it seems to be some of them are in the condition that we see kept and maintained in other places.
Thank you.
And one last question for the applicant. The proposal is to cover them as your permanent solution. You did not, this is not a plan to then go back and restore them in a
Correct.
phased
I
effort?
should answer this question. It's important. The way we understood it is because I have done several of these type of projects in the neighborhood. The way we understand is that we save the existing bullet glass panels under the diamond plate so that in the event that the owners are able to replace them, they can basically take them, use it as a mold to replace historically correctly. That's why we were proposing to keep everything and covering it with diamond plate.
I think
That would be, there's nothing to hold the owner to that. Is that correct? Is that an obligation or is that just would be nice?
Well, originally, I mean, because I did it for an adjacent building, it was an obligation that was given to us by the Landmarks Preservation Commission at the time, that if you are to cover these things, you must save them, which we have.
I think your question is that whether 54 Green Street ownership is not held to replace them, right? So we're willing, I think the clients at this time, they need an immediate solution, right? They don't have the funds to do a full replacement. But if they were given a time frame for which we would cover with diamond plate, and then on 10 years down the line, they can go gather the funds to do a full replacement, they are willing, open to that kind of agreement where we have a timeline for them to be able to take on the work of restoring everything. It's just at this time, like the time it takes to pull everything together, it's just going to keep deteriorating with the amount of rain that we get. And we're, again, entering rainy season. And they just want something that's going to protect the basement below because they cannot continue, sustain sort of the damage that they take every year in the basement. And so if you're willing to approve a temporary solution, they would sure be open to that.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that answers your question.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move to public testimony. Is there anybody in this room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Emma Bartley.
Hello, my name is Emma Bartley, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC strongly opposes the proposal to cover the existing cast iron vault lights with diamond plate cladding. Vault lights are a defining feature of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District and contribute significantly to the character of both the building and the streetscape. Given the importance of vault lights to the historic character of the district, we urge the Commission to reject this proposal and require their proper repair and restoration. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Jeremy Woodruff.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Jeremy Woodruff for the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society also is strongly opposed to the proposed installation of a large amount of steel diamond plate at this corner building. The area to receive the diamond plate is too extensive, including existing areas of concrete paving on Greene Street. Diamond plate has been used as an expedient to cover deteriorated historic material. It was never used historically as a typical walking surface in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. Covering a vast amount of historic cast iron and glass vault covers with diamond plate along both Broome and Greene Streets is a much bigger problem. The vault lights are deteriorated, but they can be restored or replaced in kind. Covering them is not good preservation practice. Deterioration can continue unseen, and new steel plates would significantly alter the historic streetscape formed by this extensive run of a character-defining historic material. Replacement is a viable option, as seen recently at 143 Franklin Street. There, the Commission approved and praised the applicant's proposal for new vault lights. In the past, the economically marginal nature of this district and the lack of suppliers of new cast iron vault lights led to the expedient of covering vault lights with diamond plate. Today, this district has some of the highest end retail and residential spaces in the city, and there are several suppliers of cast iron and glass vault lights. It's time to require a more preservation-oriented approach. And this is especially true because of the 74-711 situation. Slide 17 shows a contractor's proposal for new vault lights that includes full reconstruction of all the vaults all the way into the street. But the work being proposed would only cover the existing vault lights with diamond plate, with no reconstruction. It isn't logical to us that replacing the vault lights would require full reconstruction of otherwise sound vaults. In any event, this is not a hardship hearing, and the costs are not relevant to appropriateness. I would suggest that it seems unlikely that DOT standards would apply if only the existing vault lights are being replaced in kind. But if that were true, the commission should intervene with DOT, as DOT standards are often modified in historic districts. It should also be understood that these vaults below sidewalks are on city-owned property. The building owner is getting essentially free use of this space. Maintaining the historic fabric that enables use of these spaces should be part of the bargain. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to the comments?
In response to the cost not making sense to them, why one would require full replacement of the vault below, it has been our experience and the assessment of the engineer who gave us his assessment of the areas below, that once you remove stuff, DOT requirements do come into place. I haven't had experience myself with getting a waiver from DOT from meeting their loading standards for structures under the vaults. But that has been our experience when we've done replacements in the past, that it triggers a full structural upgrade below as well.
Correct. So the new DOT requirements would like the structural support below these panels to be strong enough to have trucks driving over them. And it is true that trucks are driving over them, but right now the requirement does not apply if you keep these panels in place. That's what we understand.
Thank you. And do we have the owner's rep on who would like to say something?
James, would you like to provide any comments? If so, you're free to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, this is James. I'm a resident in the building. I just wanted to respond and just make a couple of comments. The first one I have is that these vault lights were not designed to take rain or the elements. And with global warming, as you all know, the city has been experiencing very harsh weather conditions. So the flooding, there were photos, but we have a video, but the flooding that our basement has been experiencing has led to water entering our electrical meter room. That the mold you saw was over our electrical meter room. It's led to boiler shutdowns. There are children and families in our building whose basically have been living without heat during this winter. Furthermore, over 90% of the buildings on our block, like in the north direction, south, east, and west, have all been permitted to cover their vault lights with steel plating. So, we're requesting this as an emergency. And also to respond to the gentleman's point about us using this as city space, I would also just say that water leaking down through the vault lights also affects the sidewalk, which is the city. So we're not just trying to protect our building, but we're also trying to protect the city. I would just point to the fact that the other buildings on our block have been allowed to cover with steel plating, suggests there's some sort of standard going on. So I would just point to that. And the last point I want to make is that, Bingham did a lot of great work in looking for people who could restore these lights. And there are very few companies. There's only 1 to 2 companies because nobody's doing it anymore. So, I would just point out the emergency nature of this application. The families in our building this winter went without heat for over a week due to a boiler shutdown, which was directly, caused by leaking. And we're being prevented from, trying to protect our residents. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, if not, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing? Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Mahan, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. Tricky one. I'm very sympathetic, of course, to the heat issues, and that's an awful situation to be in. Fortunately, looks like it's warming up here, so we're seeing this perhaps at a fortuitous moment in that regard. That being said, the cost is a little hard to believe when compared to the diamond plate cost. Not saying I don't believe, but it's a little astonishing, perhaps. The note that adjacent properties have covered their bullet glass with diamond plate is noted. But all these things seem to be distinct from this situation. We have to evaluate each application on its own merit. And in here, in this condition, this building agreed to keep significant historic features, of which this is clearly one, in first-class condition, in exchange essentially for a benefit that went through a landmarks process that occurred in 2007. So this, sudden emergency, it appears to me, has been, about 19 years in the making. I'm sure this is not a surprise. So, it's a tough one, and I kind of hate to say it, but in my opinion, this bullet glass needs to be restored, replaced, repaired, whatever the case may be. I think, given the kind of like emergency condition, probably there could be some kind of temporary, non-permanent, sort of, I don't know, waterproofing or whatever, like while the actual work is done. But that is not actually what's being proposed here. We're not being asked to approve a kind of temporary emergency Band-Aid. We're being asked to approve something that is permanent, in matter of fact. So yeah, I mean, I think, it's a very difficult situation, but, in this particular situation, the ownership, knew well what they were getting into, eyes wide open. It kind of seems honestly like a opportunity for innovation to me. Indeed, the way that the bullet glass is constructed seems incredibly, inefficient. And, one could imagine creative technical solutions that would be both more long-lasting and cost-effective. So I don't think I can support this as currently proposed.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I think, Commissioner Mann mentioned this, and I think this is the question for the council about in what context is the 74th 7-Eleven, given that the majority of the rest of the block have been given the green light to cover with diamond plate. And then the other question is, we also know that in the past, the reason why this commission has typically granted the replacement is because the vaults are very difficult to maintain, although a great expense, you can maintain them. So I would like to hear the council on your opinion on this one.
Well, I think because of the special permit, this is in a class by itself, right?
Mhm.
So that's the real issue before you, is that they did, in exchange for, significant benefit and use, they agreed to maintain the building in a sound first-class condition. That doesn't mean the commission can't say you have, you can cover it for a period of time and then you need to replace it. That certainly would also be, a fine approach too.
Yeah.
But the issue really is there, to permanently cover them up is something that typically the commission hasn't done with special permit buildings.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful, and I think that's a good recommendation. I'd like to hear what the rest of the commissioners feel. I think there are a couple options for us. Obviously, is one, as the council just mentioned, is that, if it's a temporary thing, we can let it. But I think some portion of I could see recommendation about certain portion, at least on the portion that can be retained and salvaged or restored. Given the 74-711 status, I'd like to hear what the rest of the commissioners think.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. I think that yeah, I agree with everything that Frank said and the clarifications that we were just talking about. I think that a temporary cover is the way to go. I think that the applicant can work with staff to assess which panels can be repaired, which panels should be planned for future replacement, and determine a time frame that is acceptable to the commission and to the applicant for the completion of the work. I can't recall any applications, maybe one, where diamond plate's gone down and then it's come up. I don't think that happens. I think that once it's down, it's down. So I think that if we're stating this as a temporary fix, the applicant can work with the staff to determine what that fix looks like, how long it's down for, and what the regime is. And the fixes should be identified in the field with staff as being the ones that can't be repaired in their current locations, but need to be replaced. And that's probably the ones that have the cracks going through the frames. Additionally, if there's a slip hazard issue with some of the frames around it, there might be other solutions where you could attach a slip-resistant material to the border frames of some kind that would meet with code, that would not pose a hazard, or some kind of strip that could be attached. I'm not a cast iron person, so I can't tell you the technology involved in attaching one to the other, but I'm sure there are those around who do know that. I would also suggest, and it's not really relevant to the LPC aspect of it, but I mean, if I were in charge of the building, I would have called my sheet metal guy on day one and said, let's make some drip pans and run some hose lines over to the drains in my basement so that when I have a leak, it doesn't blow my boiler and ruin my electrical systems. And you could do that today without a permit.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson? Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think that the applicant has also indicated that they understand the value of these vaults. They did an estimate. They did claim that the approach was because of cost and emergency. So I agree with my fellow commissioners that a plan should be made to have them, either the panels that need to be replaced, and those that can be repaired, in a way that, in a timely manner that's agreeable to the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumbe?
I'm in agreement with what has been said before me as well. It looks like the applicant was trying to put diamond plate around the entire perimeter. I don't think that's necessary. It should just be focused on the area that will be under a timeline for full improvements.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I think the applicant, at least suggesting that this could be a temporary solution, was kind of what I wanted to hear. and some sort of compromise, because I think they should be retained, and I think there are other temporary measures that can be taken to protect the cellar space below. And so I think they should explore some of those different opportunities to deal with the water issue. And I think similar to what Commissioner Goldblum said, there are ways, the other issues at the panels can be addressed as well. So yeah, I wouldn't find it appropriate to replace them.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahan, would you like to read the motion with some of the suggestions from the commissioners, including Commissioner Goldblum, the temporary cover, a timeframe working with staff to either replace or repair?
Approving this, I think we're asking them, they're applying to cover it, and we're asking them to like.
Yeah, I think the approval is for the temporary installation of diamond plate cladding on those panels that immediately require that, in anticipation that all of them will either be repaired or replaced in kind. And within the 6 year, I think we're looking at here is that the 6 year period that a certificate of appropriateness is typically valid would be what we would suggest.
In the matter of LPC 25-11093, 54 Greene Street, Soho Cast Iron Historic District, a warehouse designed by J.F. Duckworth and built in 1872 to 1873. Application is to install diamond plate cladding over vault lights. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. Staff also, no. I also note that the building is do I need to read this? Yeah, I also note that the building is subject to a restrictive declaration pursuant to a special permit MOU, which requires that the building and sidewalk features be maintained in a sound first-class condition in perpetuity. I recommend that diamond plate be installed temporarily over the vault lights, requiring immediate remedy for a period no longer than the duration of a certificate of appropriateness, that is 6 years, while plans and execution are made for replacing or repairing the bullet glass vault lights in kind.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg. Oh, not here, right? Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, please continue to work with staff on that. Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 26-07529, an application for an amendment. This is in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1122, lot 52, 42 West 70th Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house with neo-Greek elements designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1891 to 92. The application is to legalize modifications to window openings and non-compliance with certificate of appropriateness 23-11792.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm Roberto Ciliberto, LPC staff. The item I'm presenting today is the legalization of a non-visible rear facade reconstruction built in non-compliance with a certificate of appropriateness issued in 2023. We are in the Upper West Side West Park, Central Park West Historic District on West 70th Street in between Central Park West and Columbus Avenue. The building is part of a row of Renaissance Revival row houses built in 1891. The work was presented and approved by the Commission in 2022 and included the reconstruction of the rear facade without the oriel window at the first floor, which is the reason why it was presented at the public hearing. The drawing on the left shows what was presented. After the hearing, a new architecture firm filed construction drawings presenting a slightly different design, including the reconstruction of the oriel window, which was reintroduced on the scope, and that is the center drawing. In 2025, during reconstruction, an amendment was filed to show a different configuration at the third and fourth floor to align the window opening of the rear facade to the L addition, which stayed in place. A cast stone spandrel was introduced in between the third and fourth floor window, which was later changed into the metal cladding for structural reason, and that is the drawing on the right. As completed, these drawings show the reconstructed facade and the new windows, which are 7 inches shorter and installed 3 inches higher than the original condition. According to the architect, the windows at the top floor were reduced in size due to an error in measuring the pre-existing windows before the work began. The pre-demolition and post-reconstruction drawings and pictures show the misalignment with the adjacent buildings. We see on this slide the original configuration before demolition, and on this one, the reconstructed facade with the outer line in red showing the original windows compared to what is constructed now. This picture shows the reconstruction in progress, which includes the new brick facade toothed to the neighbor building's masonry, new windows with cast stone to match historic, the oriel window still to be finished, and the third and fourth floor windows with a metal spandrel. The picture on the left shows the facade as reconstructed, while on the right, the conditions before demolition. This aerial view locates the building in the block. And in these pictures of the rear facades throughout the block, we can see that the other buildings have a variety of alterations at the top floors, including drop seals, multi-floor assemblies, and raised parapets. To summarize, the commissioners are being asked to approve the as-built placement and size of the top floor windows and the removal of masonry and installation of a metal spandrel between the third and fourth floor windows. And the architect is here to respond to your questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Chu?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the existing window masonry opening condition and what was built.
So you see on this slide, you can see in red what was the location and the size of the original windows, and instead what is installed now. This problem came up when I went to sign off the reconstruction of this facade, and I noticed that the top floor windows were not aligning with the neighbor buildings, which previously was the case instead.
And I think as you can see in that photo, it's really close. Like the lintels are basically 1 brick higher than they were before, and the sills maybe 2 or 3. The rest of the reconstruction and staff's opinion turned out well. So it's a matter of the rules for staff approval really require matching exactly because we care a lot, especially at the top floor, about those alignments and patterning and all of that. So this is a little bit off at that location, but not by much. And just since I have the mic, that for the other window opening, that's the double height opening at the floors below that. That too is not something that the staff rules allow, sort of a vertical combination between floors, except for at the lowest 2 floors of the building. It's not the size of the openings themselves, it's literally that the opening spans 2 floors. So if it didn't have a metal spandrel there and instead just had flush brick, that would have been a staff approval. So that's the reason we're kind of bringing that back for you all to look at as well.
Got it.
Could I ask one question? Is there a question for the architect? Do you want the windows to be
Hi, my name is Fan Ran. I'm the architect. Sorry, I didn't catch the question.
when you design the window, you prefer it that way, or do you prefer how it was built?
From my perspective, I I would say I didn't notice that difference at all until, I guess the historian is more, because I've noticed that. Because I was excited by the original marble that we resurfaced and putting on top of the window opening. I was excited about that. If you're looking from the rear side of the building, it's very hard to notice because we all know it's just one brick. But if you pointed out that to people, then probably yes. So
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move to public testimony. We have somebody signed up who would like to speak on this item. We have Megan Fitzpatrick from Landmarks West.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee believes that the configuration originally approved by the Commission should ultimately be installed. While the differences between the approved and built conditions may be only a matter of inches, the change in the window height and placement on the rear facade disrupts the intended alignment with the neighboring buildings and undermines the historic rhythm of the row. The original approval carefully maintained the proportions and alignment of the top floor fenestration, which contributes to the architectural coherence of the block. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in this room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to the comments or?
Sure. So for this project, it's reconstructing the rear facade. A lot of the arrangement of the construction part has to rely on the measurement and documentations on paper. And for this case, it's a little bit unfortunate that the documentation was measured, I would say, a human error. We did check back and forth for the measurement before we take down the original window. Because we definitely the intent was we want to comply in full with the certificate. For a bunch of reasons, which we don't know, we cannot really find out what's the real reason, but what happened is the measurement was wrong, and when it was installed, it's what it is already. So I hope that could clarify the confusion.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, would you second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start this discussion?
Yeah, I'm looking at the views right now from the rear facades and the neighboring houses. Honestly, it's very hard to distinguish the one brick difference in height. Honestly, I still don't understand how this happened. I still am confused. Is what was built the existing masonry opening of the facade, or was it altered? That's what I still don't understand from this application. What is actually built, I think, is the intent is there. The window locations are more or less where they were. If there's one brick difference, I'd find it hard to perceive. I'm going to say this is appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I can accept.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum? Thank you. Commissioner Chen? Is there anybody who has a different opinion? Okay, let's go ahead and read the motion. Commissioner Chu?
Yes, in the case of LPC 26-07529 42 West 70th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park, West Historic District, a Renaissance Revival style row house with neo-Greek elements designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1891 to 92. Application is to legalize modifications to window openings in non-compliance with Certificate of Appropriateness 23-11792. Note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, the Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the completed work at the rear facade is not visible from any public thoroughfare. that the work did not eliminate any significant architectural features, including the corbelled brick cornice, which was rebuilt in kind, that the top floor windows, slightly shorter than those in the neighboring buildings, maintained their original width and same punch opening rhythm as other rear facades in the row, that other rear facades throughout the block have been altered over time in variation at the top floor masonry openings is in keeping with this variety, that the double height window assembly between the second and third floors visually maintains the historic floor divisions, utilizing a metal spandrel at the lower portion of it. It is next to the partial width extension, softening its presence in the facade, and that the work does not detract from the special architectural historic character of the building or the row.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that? Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby, Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's been approved. Thank you. Let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 8, LPC 26-05940, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1210, Lot 152, 144 West 80th Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Gilbert A. Schellinger and built in 1890 to 91. The application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Varick. I'm a principal at DTLS Architecture. I'm joined by my colleague Alicia, and on Zoom, our owners, Melissa and Jay. They're a multi-generational family, and our proposal is for an addition to 144 West 80th Street. There we go. So again, our proposal for 144 West 80th Street, and we're proposing a vertical and a rear addition. The building was built in 1890, and if we look into the block itself, it's on West 80th between Columbus and Amsterdam. It's important to note that of the 25 row houses, it's bookended on each end by large multifamily buildings, and also to the south of our property is 79th Street, where there's a series of large multifamily buildings, many of which encroach towards their rear property line. Zooming in on our building, it's unique because it was one of 5 townhouses that was built, and the facades follow an A, B, C, B, A format. So the one that's highlighted in red is ours, and we are the C. And when we start talking about the front facade, you'll notice that our parapet in the front is higher than the adjacent, which actually gives us a little bit of a benefit when we start proposing a vertical addition. Of the 25 row houses on the block, there's already been a series of vertical additions which have been added, and also work to the rear facades, which are a mismatched patchwork of different openings and materials. Our proposal seeks to really reinforce the back of the building by rationalizing the rear facade, and also by placing the vertical addition as far to the back of the property as possible. One thing that's consistent amongst some of these row houses is that the rear facades are all in disrepair and poorly maintained. Our proposal seeks to square off the back and create a more rational floor plan, but also creating a design with intent for the rear facade. We've been working with our LPC staff members on the restoration of the front facade, including new Marvin Ultimate windows and restoring the arched windows on the parlor level. We also would like to reiterate that our proposed vertical addition is more than 20 feet set back from the street facade, and it's not visible. What's more unique is our proposal for the rear. The rear is haphazard, it's disorganized, and it's fallen into disrepair. Our proposal seeks to rationalize the rear facade while also picking up on materials and cues from successful buildings on the Upper West Side. Our material palette echoes the work we're doing on the front facade, such as reclaimed brick, bluestone, and accent colors and materials, which will help the project fold back into the neighborhood. Our window package is consistent with the front, where we'll be using Marvin Ultimate. And we feel like that'll create a more cohesive language for the proposed rear facade and the existing front facade. I know that it's not too important to dwell on the interior, but I'd like to reiterate that we're working with a multi-generational family. And by squaring off the rear of the house, it allows us to have a more functional rear of the building, especially when it comes to having rectilinear rear rooms. And this also allows for more light to come into those rooms. There's a large multifamily building that's immediately to the south. So by squaring off this back facade, it'll give us a better chance to get light into these spaces. We wanted to reconfirm that our vertical addition is not visible from the street. And luckily, with the 20+ foot setback and a higher front parapet, it really is difficult to see from street level. We're well within the zoning envelope, but when we start looking at it in 3D, we wanted to show some of the work that we did to help minimize the visibility from the street. By placing our proposal as far to the back as proper, we were able to make a functional vertical addition while not having any sort of visibility from the street facade. When looking at it from the rear, we did make one small gesture to the zoning envelope for the proposed vertical addition. Rather than having it run vertically from the floors below, we canted back that facade in order to allow us to have a change in the material and also to restore the cornice, which has fallen into disrepair. This is to show you how our rear facade and our vertical proposal has some context with the adjacent vertical additions and rear work that's already happened in the immediately adjacent buildings. Looking at them in rendering, we wanted to start to show some of the cues and language elements that we were trying to reincorporate from the front into the rear, such as window sizing, massing, and proportion. Looking at some of the existing shots from the street, there's already some vertical additions which are visible. Even immediately to the west, the house 2 doors down has a vertical addition, which is almost at the street facade. And when we look to the east, about 3 doors down, there's a visible vertical addition from the street. The back is a disorganized, arbitrary, haphazard mix of window openings and penetrations that have been added for mechanical systems. Also, there's very little consistency when it comes to the materiality between any of the buildings that faces the rear yard. Zooming in, it's important to illustrate that some of the adjacent additions, which are vertical, don't have any contextual language with the rest of the neighborhood. And the same thing can be said for the vertical additions that are to the east. Our rear cornice is covered by a gutter, but it's fallen into disrepair. So our intention is to use that as an opportunity to create an actual design with intention. To confirm that our vertical addition isn't visible, we did a series of pole tests and were able to document on the east and west side of West 80th that it's not visible. More than anything, we wanted to use this as an opportunity to create a design that had a correct proportion and intention for the building, while also adding to the language of the community by picking up on precedent throughout the Upper West Side, and also creating something that would be a pleasing thing to see for all of the neighbors. We really appreciate you guys letting us present to you, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum, did you have a question? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we have anybody to speak on this item. I think we have Megan Fitzpatrick signed up to speak.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is concerned about the level of increased bulk proposed in the scope of work and the impact it might have on both the structure itself and the rear yard donut of neighboring buildings. As illustrated on page 6 of the presentation materials, if approved, the proposed building will become one of the largest and most heavily built out row house on the block. We are particularly interested in understanding how the applicant intends to address the structural implications of adding this level of bulk to a historic row house and whether stabilization or reinforcement plans are in place to ensure the safety of both this building and its neighbors. We are also concerned about that the proposal as presented lacks important information that will allow the Commission and the public to fully evaluate its appropriateness. For example, while an elevator installation is proposed, no elevator bulkhead is shown. Will additional bulkhead be added? The design and materials for the front facade of the addition are not well illustrated. These gaps make it difficult to understand the full proposal and its visual impact. In addition, to preserve the character of the row, the top row of punched windows at the rear should always be retained, and the addition should be set back from the rear wall. Any full-width rear yard addition should stop short at this upper window line so that continuity with the row and some historic material is preserved. As presented, our committee believes the scale and additions risk harming the integrity of the building and the character of the surrounding row houses within the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over. Oh, I'm sorry, you have a question? Oh, okay, can we hold it for us? Let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Emma Bartley.
Hello, this is Emma Bartley, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. In agreement with our preservation colleagues, HDC has concerns about this proposal. Namely, our committee felt the project introduces excessive height and massing that disrupts the historic cornice line and bears little relationship to adjacent buildings. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval, and 146 West 80th Street Apartment Corporation expresses health concerns for neighboring elderly residents affected by construction.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to the comments?
I would only like to comment about the elevator. This is a machine roomless elevator. We worked with our elevator consultant to confirm there wouldn't have to be a bulkhead, including modifying the design to make it a shorter elevator run.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson, did you have a question?
Concept for the building is that the front and the back are exactly.
He asked if your concept for the building is that the front and the back are exactly the same in terms of facade design.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite, you were asking if the rear facade is.
Commissioner Jefferson asked if your design concept for the rear facade is to be in alignment or the same as the front facade.
Oh, it's supposed to be a reflection of it, but in no way a recreation of it. We wanted to create a language that was more reminiscent of work that's successful throughout the Upper West Side.
Commissioners, do we have any other questions? Okay, if not, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Chu, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumbe, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Let's see. Commissioner Mahan, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. I think it's an admirable proposal. It's very handsome. It certainly cleans up what's there quite a lot. The materials are appropriate. I find the composition of windows and materials at the rear facade to be appropriate. However, we fairly consistently require that the uppermost floor facade at the rear be maintained in its existing condition if that plane exists, at the time of the start of the work. And so I would therefore recommend that the extension be lowered by 1 floor. That would also necessitate, of course, the rooftop addition being pushed inward toward the center of the lot from the rear, with some setback at the top to maintain the sense of the original building volume and cornice line at the rear.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Mahan pointed out correctly, this is our tradition that, the top floor be lowered, and by extension, therefore, that rooftop needs to be set back accordingly.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum, are you gonna?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry I missed the beginning of Frank's comments, but I think I heard just, I normally would agree with what Frank and Wellington had just said, but here you have a pristine block, a row where the rhythm and order of the rear yard is untrammeled as far as the site plan shows. And I guess the applicant got a little bit of a odd message from staff or from himself about what the goals of the commission are when it regards rear yards. It's not about perfecting. It's not about rationalizing. It's about maintaining historic materials and qualities. And the historic quality of this backyard row is quite clear. Now, the extensions, these kind of 50% tails that exist on many historic brownstones, are viewed nowadays as being unpleasant obstructions, or they're not favored by typical brownstone buyers, but they're the history of this type. And when they're heavily modified, I would go along with what Frank had opted for. But here, where it's an unblemished row, I have greater difficulty. I've seen over the years a number of solutions that seek to recall the rhythm of the tails while adding to it, which I would be open to. But I think that because this is a relatively uniform block, I think that greater care has to be taken to be responsive to the specific context of this particular block. And certainly the rooftop addition should be set back as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson? Are you? Yeah, hello. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, Commissioner Chu?
Interesting. I think the first question I had after agreeing with Frank's proposal, which is pretty much our standard to not build an addition that covers the top floor, was that the proposal does completely disguise the mass of the original house, and I agree with that. But then as I looked at the site plan, I do see how intact that block is, and it immediately made me wonder what a massing that filled the lot with and went a floor above that tail, how that would be perceived in such a complete block. And so I need to see a proposal to see how that would work with existing condition and the backyard open area that's there now, that's more or less undisturbed based on the site plan.
I'm going to just jump in with a couple of notes about this. Notwithstanding Commissioner Goldblum's commentary and perhaps preference in considering these Ls, it's generally not been something that the commission as a body has sought to protect in the way that's being suggested. I think maybe there are some exceptions when there's visibility of the back of the houses in the Ls, but the fact of the matter is that a staff level permit could be issued here to take down that L, put up a new addition that's the same depth and fully across with a completely different design, That could happen as of right for any of these houses. So the idea of correct, because the staff rules also do require that whatever the predominant height is not be exceeded. Right. But just kind of pointing out the idea that it would remain pristine through sort of commission level review is not really accurate because staff permits could be issued to change that.
A proposal for,
That's correct.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Ikumbe?
Can you speak to, yeah, closer
Well,
to the mic and.
Yeah. I agree with what was said about removing the top floor to expose it and also pushing the rooftop addition back so it's so it can breathe from the rear cornice of the building. But I would also agree with Commissioner True that we would like to see it just based on the existing geometry of what's existing based off of what's being proposed. And because that will break the pristine nature of what's already being presented.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, Corey, thanks for that clarification. So I tend to agree with Commissioner Goldblum in this situation, while also seeing it as being appropriate, I guess. But I do also believe that the top floor should be maintained, as well as the roof addition as a result of that being set back. So
Okay.
yeah,
So does that mean that you agree with Commissioner Mahan's initial proposal? Okay. I also agree with Commissioner Mahan suggestion, retain the top floor and set back from the rear, the addition. So I think we have five. Everardo's good. Okay, I think that's only five. So I don't think that we have enough because Commissioner Kumbe wanted to see it before he felt comfortable. Okay. So I'm afraid that we don't have enough to pass this motion, but I think that you found some of the comments and that some of the commissioners, if they saw what it would look like, might be more inclined. So maybe we'll bring you back.
It was very helpful. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank
Thanks a
you.
lot.
All right, we'll move to the next item. That is public hearing item number 9, LPC 26-03193. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1203, Lot 33, 295 Central Park West. This is in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is an art moderne style apartment building designed by Emery Roth and Sons and built in 1940 to 41. And the application is to replace a marquee.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Joe Sultana. I'm from JLS Designs. Harrison Schaefer here is from Rudin Management. I'll start over again. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Joe Sultana. I'm from JLS Designs. We're an architectural firm in Queens. I'm here with Harrison Schaefer. He represents Rudin Management, who owns the building. This submission is to remove an existing fabric canopy and marquee, which is a shallow marquee, and replace it with a larger one. The building is located in the northwest corner of West 90th Street, across the street from Central Park. The building was designed by Emery Roth back in the 40s. It was designed in the 40s and was built and completed in 1942. I can start going through the presentation, but let me see if I can use this. Okay. Okay, so this is the picture on the left is the original rendering from the 40s. The picture on the right is the actual completed building in 1942. There's a marquee at the base of the building at the entrance. That's the marquee that we want to replace. This is a picture from the 40s, and 3 years after the building was completed, the marquee was covered with a fabric canopy, assuming that the marquee wasn't protecting the door enough, and they had to cover with with this fabric canopy. These are the existing pictures. So that's the green canopy that's in front of the building. It completely covers the existing marquee that's there right now. Some more photos of the existing building. The photo on the right shows a piece of the existing marquee that's directly above the door. The top of the fabric, the horizontal portion, that's at 9 foot, at 10 foot 9. That's where the new marquee is going to go. These are some details from the building. The picture on the left is the entrance of the building with the existing marquee above it. We have tested the metal. It's sheet metal painted. The door is steel that's also been painted. There's no brass or nickel on this facade. The other details are the top right-hand corner, some brickwork, and the middle photo is the corner of the frame which has some stepping, which we want to implement that into our new design. This is more close-up pictures of the existing marquee, and it's damaged. We don't know if this is the original one, but it looks like it from the original photos. So this part we have to remove. We'd like to remove. These are some other cantilevered marquees by Emery Roth. You can see that the stepping on the edge profile on both of these marquees that we're trying to emulate in the marquee we're designing. The only difference between these two marquees and the one we're designing is we're going to tie ours back into the building steel, and the underside of these two marquees is painted white. This is an existing drawing. Top left is the entrance with the projection of the existing marquee. The elevation on the right shows the linear stonework at the two-story linear stonework at the facade, and a sort of sectional elevation of the existing green canopy that's covering the marquee. And the existing building numbers are at the top of the existing marquee that you can't see from the street. This is our proposal. So let me just go one step back. So that's the existing. We're going to keep the door. There's no work to be done to the door or to the frame. All we're proposing to do is remove the green canopy, remove the existing marquee, and install a new marquee. So we had a few design problems that we had to work out. One is, how do you support it? Two is we need to get it above 10 feet. Building code is the base of the marquee has to be 10 feet above the sidewalk. How do we get water off of it? And how do we add lights into it, integrate the lights into the marquee so they're not pendant fixtures hanging off of it? So what we came up with was we had to tie it back. Oh, I can move. Sorry, I didn't realize I can move this. So we had to bring tie backs back into the existing steel, exactly where these two tie backs are attaching to the building. It's center of the steel, but it's center of the stone panel, but it's also where the steel columns are. So it's a perfect spot to tie the marquee back into. We also took the marquee and we set it back. We set it back off of the edge of the existing steel by 4 inches, just to have a reveal and a place where the marquee would hit the stone instead of just landing it anywhere. We had to lift it to 10 feet, and we added a a transom made out of metal that matches the door with an edge profile that also matches the door frame. I said before, the top of the existing green canopy is at the same height at the top of the marquee. Sorry, I'm just trying to get used to this. Okay, so what we did is the edge profile of the marquee would have steps on it similar to the door frame at the same proportion. This is the section cut through the door where the top of the existing door is, and we added a transom above the door to lift the marquee at the 10-foot mark that's required by code. These are the recessed fixtures we'd like to add to the underside of the marquee, and painted them the same color as the brass color. It's already painted on the doors, and adds security cameras at the back right and left corner of the marquee. There's drainage piping at the top of the marquee that keeps all the water from leaching off the side of it. And here's some renderings that we're proposing. So the color would be the same as the color that's on the door right now. We'd like to add this transom and put the house numbers at the top of the transom, using the same colors as the existing paint, but the background of the house numbers, just to make that a little darker so it can pop. You can see the stepping on the edges of the marquee, and there's another view from the other side. So it's a very linear front, and using this horizontal line, this horizontal marquee, I think would be the appropriate size for this building.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? I understand the height of the marquee, you have to be 10 feet. But what determined the width? Because it's significantly wider than what was there before.
Well, it's structural, so I need the tiebacks to go back into the building's columns, and that dictated the width of the marquee. So the columns, I can go back to this drawing. So the columns are here and here, and that's what's dictating the width of it. And then we came 8 inches past it, which is also 4 inches behind the stone. So, and while we were designing it, we had different options. We tried to go narrower, but since this is so linear and so tall, that we figured, and the way we designed it was that this horizontal line would add to the height of the building, to the
Okay.
height of the entrance.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
So where you have the also a beam or a slab.
It's lower. It's here. We looked at connecting into the beam and talking and having discussions with our structural engineer, the uplift. He wanted the tiebacks to be higher. He wanted the tiebacks to come up here. So this is structurally, this is the lowest I can place the tiebacks. So I can put them anywhere I want along this horizontal line, and we figured the best place to place them was the center line of the stone panel.
Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I think that what you're hearing is because even when you look at the historic photo of the building, the canopy was very clearly captured within the archway. If you look at your last rendering, can you go to that? The last rendering in color, just to see your proposal there. Yeah. The other thing is just a question. This is a rendering, but the photo doesn't show the stone as being blue, cool colors. It's a more of a warm color based granite with. Are you proposing to change the color, or is it just a rendering?
That's just the rendering. That's the best color we can get to.
Okay, okay. But yeah, the historic building was really emphasizing the verticality of the center of the entry and how it sits within that archway. So when you extend horizontally across it, it sort of violates that that basic concept. I also just wondered, did you try one where you keep the anchors where the engineer says you have to keep them, but reduce the canopy?
You mean go higher with the
No,
anchor?
no. Reduce the width of the canopy is the issue that we're discussing as well.
Well,
The
there's
width of your canopy.
you discussed that. So
Right.
the structure behind there.
Right.
So that's why we have an 8-inch space from the center of the tie back to the edge of the canopy. If we have a detail of it here. So we have the structure directly behind it,
Understood.
and we can try to look at making it narrower. We can look at
My
it again.
point is, if your canopy reduces and your tie backs have limited flexibility, you can also look at that.
We did look at that with ownership, and we didn't like the way
I
it
think
looked.
the main thing that we're seeing is how prominent that canopy horizontal is, and that being the biggest, most visual piece that doesn't seem in keeping with historic condition. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other questions? Commissioner Chen?
So just to be clear, your main technical difficulty in reducing the width of the proposed canopy is what? Other than, as Commissioner Chu just mentioned, are there other options that can reduce the width?
We looked at different options, and making it narrower also isn't very functional, right? We're trying to keep snow and rain off of the front doors. You can see the existing canopy the way it is right now. It's shedding water onto the stone, and the reason you're building the marquee is just to protect the area of the front of the building. So the narrower we get, especially where the building is located, it's going to be harder to do that. And we tried to tie backs at different angles, and we just want, architecturally, it's a linear frontage. I wanted the tie backs to be straight, not to be on an angle. And that's what is really driving the width of this new canopy, this new marquee.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Were there any other options in terms of structural support besides the tiebacks?
It's in order to do that, we'd have to take apart all the stone in order to get it back into the steel. And a cantilever, 2/3 in, 1/3 out. So we'd have to go back into the lobby and
Underneath.
and destroy the lobby. So this is our only option.
And what was the, sorry if I missed it, what went into the decision of the length of it, extending as far as it does?
It was based on our engineer's calculations. We had different options where we wanted to come out further, and then we wanted to come in shorter. But we felt that this was the right proportion. If we'd go shorter, the tiebacks would have to go taller. And we can't go any further out. So we wanted to get it as short as possible and most effective as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move to public testimony. We have Megan Fitzpatrick signed up to speak.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is generally supportive of this proposal and appreciates the design presented. The streamlined form and detailing appear appropriate for an art moderne building and seem to respond thoughtfully to the character of the facade. We believe this is an appropriate proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak on this item? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval.
Thank you. I think that the testimony was favorable. So let's see if we have any final questions, commissioners. Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Chen, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Goldblum, would you second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you like to start this discussion?
Yes. Um, I guess what we've all pretty much been speaking about is pretty much the proportions of the new proposed canopy marquee based off of the existing condition. And I think us looking at this photograph here, just focused on the central portion of the building, kind of shows a different relationship to what it would actually look like if we saw the entire building, in which we saw in one of the documented photos. As stated prior, it stresses the verticality of the entryway, but this one kind of pulls it broadly. I understand that we were talking about the connection to the existing building, but I'm not sure, potentially, is there some other way to, I guess, get what we really want out of it based off of what's existing? Maybe it's not just the width, maybe the length of the marquee needs to get a little more shallower to also be able to apply some type of structural stability to what's proposed. What's being proposed, the materiality, the profiles and things of that nature, I like them. And I think they're done well, but it's just the overall size that I'm having trouble with.
So would you make a recommendation that they work with staff to do something, or would
Yeah,
you?
yes, if it can definitely be worked out. I think the biggest issue that was presented was the structural stability of it.
Okay.
But if that can be worked out
For the width?
for the width, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, I agree. However, I wouldn't necessarily. I don't know what the right proportion is in terms of width and length. But I would say that there should be a little more exploration to figure out how to massage it so it doesn't feel as if it's taking away from the entrance as much as it is. So yeah, I can agree with those comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I think the sentiment from the commissioners seems to be, at least I'd love to hear what the rest of the commissioners think. I think the proposal is generally fine. It's just because, as been pointed out, by several commissioners, that the width is the issue here. And I think that whatever way we can explore to resolve it is the issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. I would just add that I don't think that the canopy need be restricted to the inner edge of the granite frame. I think it can overstep that a little bit. I would suggest that it not be more than the current canopy's width. I think that because of the kind of the Art Deco stepping quality of this, a slight overlap would be acceptable, but not to the extent that's shown. And that's just my personal opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I mostly agree with fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I think that every comment has been about proportion in relationship to the facade. I think even Commissioner Jefferson's comment is another option that might work better. My issue is essentially that when I look at the renderings, it looks like it wasn't originally designed, but it was stuck onto the facade. And that's my issue. It's not working with the historic condition and proportions.
Trying to just kind of sift through the comments that were made here. I'm not sure, it sounds like all commissioners wanted to see a reduction in width sort of as a baseline thing, but I think as the applicant stated, there may not be an ability to move it in, but so much, less you have the attachments, those sort of tie-back attachments sticking out further than the width of the canopy itself. And I think they looked at that and didn't prefer that option, but there was some room to make it narrower than it is perhaps without going so far. But I think if the commissioners are looking for it to be really not much wider than the existing width of the opening itself, maybe just only a little bit, it didn't sound like that's possible with the way they've designed it so far, so that may not be something that we can work with staff on. But if it was some level of comfort that it could be reduced kind of a little bit, not extremely narrower, then that we could do with staff. So I think it's up to the commissioner's preference on how much they're looking for here.
I mean, my comment is, if you look at the view that's before this, that looks at the soffit, you really see the issue is that the soffit diagram just crashes into the facade. There's an aesthetic here that I think is correct, this sort of stepping that they're doing. I think the design and profile is, I'm okay with. I think it's appropriate. But if you play with that language, you could create another plan under this. In other words, you may be able to have both if you address at least the smaller portal somehow. I'm not trying to prescribe the design, but I can imagine in my head something that would work better. If you have stepping and they step, there could be one that actually addressed the proportion we're talking about, and another step up that maybe had to do something different for the support. I just think that there's a nuance that needs to be applied to this.
Yeah, I think there's too many sort of design ideas here, and we should take no action today and have.
Yeah, I think that we'd like to see something that works better.
Yeah, I think you've heard some of the comments. I think that we're going to take no action today. But then if you could incorporate some of the comments that the commissioners have said today, I think the materiality is good. I think, it's something about proportions and retaining the verticality of, the entrance. So perhaps you can work with staff and come back. We'll bring you back soon. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the next item. That is public hearing item number 10, LPC 26-00098. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1907, Lot 5, 163 West 122nd Street in the Mount Morris Park Historic District Extension. This is currently a vacant lot, and the application is to construct a new building.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Canner of Canner Design Works. I'm presenting on behalf of the owners of 163 West 122nd Street, a vacant lot located within the Mount Morris Park Historic District Extension. This proposal is for a new construction contemporary townhouse that is simultaneously of its time and deeply respectful of scale, rhythm, and material character of West 122nd Street. The site is located within the Mount Morris Park Historic District Extension on the Adam C. Powell Boulevard edge of West 122nd Street. The survey confirms existing lot width and established street wall conditions, which we have maintained in our proposal. Here we see a photographic composite of the north side of 122nd Street. And here's our vacant lot at 163. We studied the 1940s image of the former structure on the site. While we're not replicating that building, the design references its arch parlor floor opening and its unique L-shaped stoop. While studying the adjacent properties, we noted the strong horizontal and vertical datums that organize the block, the consistent cornice band, consistent parlor level height, and vertical stacking of openings. Our proposal aligns window heads and sill lines with these established block conditions to reinforce urban continuity. The proposal explicitly references the opening proportions of 161 as seen here. From 165, we've integrated the articulated shadow line at the window heads and the curves present in its massing and stoop. Along the whole block, entry is celebrated. Our proposal engages in this tradition with a turn stoop and graceful curves. Zooming back out, these diagrams demonstrate how these design considerations are characteristics of the block's typology. Rusticated bases which celebrate entry, arches, and clearly articulated cornice lines. The elevations show this in detail. At the base, we introduce a vertically stacked Norman brick which creates depth and shadow, referencing the heavier rusticated bases typical of the district, but reinterpreted through a contemporary lens. At the parlor level, we reintroduce the arched openings, referencing the neighbors and what once was. The upper levels transition to stretcher bond with soldier course heads and sills, reinforcing horizontal datums. The cornice is articulated through a fluted stacked Norman brick, which creates shadow and termination. A rooftop penthouse completes the volume. Our penthouse is set back 10 feet to ensure it remains non-visible from the street corridor. There will be no elevator overrun projecting above the roof plane. As shown in this height study, buildings on the block range from approximately 48 feet to the high 50s and low 60s. Our proposed cornice sits within this established range and aligns with our neighboring homes. The penthouse is below the height of our immediate neighbor and the taller structures on the block. These scaled views of our context model and street views demonstrate that the primary street wall remains consistent with adjacent structures and that the penthouse is non-visible from the 122nd Street corridor. Here is a zoom in of the previous slide looking up and down 122nd Street, and a zoom in of the rear of the proposal showing the extensions up and down the street. A perspective looking west. And here's a perspective looking east. Here we see a rendering of the proposal within the existing streetscape. In this wide-angle view, you can see the relationship to both sides of the street. Due to the wide angle, the facade proportions are slightly skewed and best represented in the 2D elevation, but here we can see the relationships clearly to the neighboring properties. The primary street-facing material is Belden Quaker brick, selected after studying tonal variation along the block. Our goal is to harmonize with the established red and warm brown masonry palette of the street. The proposal uses variation in brick pattern and depth as a reference to the craftsmanship inherent in the historic homes. Windows are recessed within masonry openings to preserve shadow lines and the perceived thickness of historic masonry construction. This is the section of 163. The south wall is a brick assembly and the north wall plaster. We're specifying the Stowe Powerwall CI system with a trowel applied top coat texture to match the Belden Quaker palette for the rear. The following slides illustrate facade details. This is a rendered view of the parlor arch with a section and coordinating plan. Depth and shadow are achieved by alternating from full brick to thin brick at the window surrounds. Our typical windows have a soldier course of thin brick inset at the head, with an additional soldier course of full white brick running above. The windows have a brick sill with continuous flashing under a brick support tray. Finally, you can see here our fluted brick cornice and metal parapet cap. The cap aligns with the projection of 161 in its height and depth. This slide calls out our thin brick locations and our plans for the brick expansion joints. These views show our proposed entry signage, railing, and lighting for the front facade. Our railing is a custom wrought iron metal guardrail. The proposed stoop is a concrete structure clad in vertically stacked brick with brick steps. We've selected a Pella Reserve casement window throughout the proposal, as you can see on this slide. At the rear facade, existing photos show neighboring properties and our vacant lot. Our rear facade has a restrained composition. The upper floor windows match the front and align with the neighbors, while a double height glazing system maximizes northern light into the garden and parlor floors. In this render, you can see the color match plaster, which harmonizes with the neighboring homes. The rear extent of the project references neighboring extensions. This diagram shows properties that meet or exceed the extents of our design. We're maintaining the required 30-foot rear yard setback, and the rear extents of 163 will not exceed the extension at 165. Our penthouse is set back to align with the rear facade of 161. The 3-story rear volume mediates the transition between 161 and the neighboring buildings to the east. We are striving to respect these alignments through our design proposal. The following slides will walk through the interior floor plans for the one-family home. Here we have the cellar and basement plan, the first floor and second floor, third floor, fourth floor penthouse, and roof plan, cross-section and stair details, our longitudinal section, zoning information and section diagram, and additional zoning information. We have a letter of support from our neighbor at 161 West 122nd, Mr. Collier. Thank you all for your time and thoughtful attention throughout this process. We believe the design strikes a careful balance between respect for the historic context and a contemporary expression. We appreciate your consideration and hope to gain your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Mahan?
You illustrated a site plan indicating the rear extent of the proposed building in relationship to the extension of other buildings on the block. Those other buildings which it roughly aligned with, were those alignments full height for those other buildings? Were the other buildings full height as well?
I'm just gonna.
Were those extensions, ladder additions that did not reach the roof level of those other blocks?
I'm going to flip back to the building heights page, which should indicate the various heights of these portions of the extensions.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yes, of course.
They're more or less full building height. Okay.
Further east on the street, some of them are varying heights, but along the portion closer to our site, they are full height.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, thank you for a clear presentation. Without the nice facade you've created and the articulation with the brickwork, can you explain the very restrained, simple, flat rear facade? What is the thought there?
Yes, of course. Let me flip to that render as I talk through it. The concept was to keep the rear as restrained and contemporary in its material palette by sticking to one singular material, as there's no setbacks from the ground to the top floor. If we were setting back the upper portions, we might have changed from a brick to a plaster. So we landed on just one material to keep it as clean and restrained as possible, and really let those windows kind of speak to the tone of the project.
It's an ephes facade, so you've got insulation. It's not a 3-coat plaster with insulation behind. It's an ephes facade, correct? The system in your 3D diagram, I think you explained it. I can look at that again.
Yes, let me.
Don't you have to have joints where they come together? Because
let me just pull this up.
You do, yeah.
So we're going with this Stowe Powerwall CI system.
Stowe. Yeah, this is manufacturer.
So,
Yeah.
It is a 3-layer coat.
So it is a.
It's
pla-
not
so it is-
traditional plaster,
not
which is
traditional
3-coat plaster. This is a thin
but it's
system.
on a board.
It's on insulation, I think.
Well, but it looks like there's a.
Do you want to?
Oh, yeah.
Think
It's on a multiple layer
Yeah.
system, and then the final coat is a hand trowel applied coat of plaster. So it is on that insulation, and then there's a 3-layer coat of plaster, and the last layer is hand troweled.
Okay.
Plaster or synthetic plaster?
Synthetic. The 3-coat
Yeah, you-
plaster approach, the traditional one is done in a different
Yeah, but
way.
Stowe does make a cement plaster option, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the Stowe Powerwall CI system. It's something that we can continue to develop and specify as well. But this is the one that we've been looking at thus far.
Thank you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Mann?
Can you speak to your decisions about the windows on the front facade and their relative lack of articulation?
Yes, of course. I'm just going to flip to the. So we're using the brick as our articulating driving force. So by creating setbacks and changing orientation of the brick, we're creating different shadow opportunities to really kind of hone in on this contemporary approach and nod to what was, as well as what's in our neighbor at 165 and our alignments to 161. We've chosen to keep this approach as, I guess, restrained as possible to allow for the detailing itself to speak to these shadows and articulation versus adding ornamentation that you would not see in a contemporary approach today. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Get your concept. Tradition, temporary. I got the stair, no, much smaller than a typical stair. I think you have. Why did you turn it? 1. 2, why is the proportion so much smaller than it?
Yeah, so I'm just going to flip back to take a look at the 1940s photo where I can reference what we pulled. So in the 1940s, the home on the site had this L-shaped approach, as well as our neighbor having this curved, approach in their railing and stairwell design. So we've pulled that from this as a driving factor for this design. The question about the amount of stairs, we're trying to keep it tight to allow for clearance in front of that window, and we're trying to reference these points of history as a nod in this design.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and see if there's anybody who would like to speak on this item. Is there anybody in the room who would like to speak? Noting that there isn't, let me turn it over to Elizabeth Lee for remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Emma Bartley.
Hi, this is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. Overall, HDC supports this proposal. The building presents a thoughtful, contemporary interpretation of the historic row house type and employs materials and scale that relate well to its neighbors. We particularly wish to commend the attention given to the decorative brick detailing, which demonstrates a level of craftsmanship and design care that is often absent in new construction. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Claudette Brady.
Hello again, Commissioners. Jeremy Woodoff for the Victorian Society, New York. This block incorporates houses of varied styles, and the original house on this lot wasn't part of a uniform row. This allows a single new house in a more contemporary style to be an appropriate addition to the block, provided it incorporates features that make it a good architectural neighbor. We believe that the proposed house largely meets that test. Its height, proportions, and traditional features of a stoop, main parlor floor over a basement, 2 bays of windows, and cornice-like top reflect the character of traditional brownstones, but in an interesting new way. The creative use of brickwork plays on the fancy brickwork on some of the historic houses on this block. The L-shaped stoop with its curved base creates an awkward recess between itself and the adjacent building. At least it appears so in the rendered views. We might have suggested a straight stoop to resolve this problem, as there appear to be no other L-shaped stoops on the block. However, the original house on this lot did in fact have an L-shaped stoop. If the stoop is pulled away from the adjacent building, as it appears to be in the elevation view, this may not be a problem. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Claudette Brady.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Claudette, we just lost you, but we heard you initially. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Claudette, please accept my promotion to be panelist. Claudette, you may begin.
I am, okay, I'm good. I'm sorry. I've been having technical difficulties here. All the buildings on the side, I'm Claudette Brady speaking on behalf of Save Harlem Now. All the buildings on the side of the block have rusticated bases. This design makes no reference to this or other than showing no reference to a rusticated base. All the adjacent buildings have a cornice. Theirs show a flat plate that seems shallower in color render than the side views. All the adjacent buildings have some sort of bell coursing. The presentation does not show how this they interpreted this feature. The window analysis is incomplete. It seems to be missing most of the brownstones on the block. It does not show either which windows are double hung or different configuration. Therefore, it's difficult to understand how this information was used to arrive to the proposed casement design with no window/subdivision. Additionally, we have an issue with the curved stoop, as no other building on the block presently has a curved stoop. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that one individual recommends approval.
Thank you. Does the applicant want to respond to these comments?
Thank you so much for all the thoughtful comments and notes for this presentation. I want to touch back on what Ms. Claudette mentioned. It seems like there maybe is a lack of clarity or understanding on the way we are articulating these historic elements from the entire corridor into our proposal. This diagram here is a good place to reference, as well as the render on the next page. We're talking about these elements in a contemporary way. So although you may not see belt coursing typical of what you may see along the rest of the street, we're incorporating these elements into the home with specific brick installation, types of brick, both in types of brick and in their setback nature or their proud nature. So the belt coursing, you can see below the windows at the top floor, below the cornice. The cornice we're articulating through the fluted design, and our parapet is aligning. The windows throughout will be a contemporary casement window, and they'll align with our neighbors. So just like our neighbors who designed during their time of modern technology, we will be pursuing that same articulation with this design. The curved stoop is really a nod to the history of the home, again, as we stated previously in the presentation. I want to thank the support that we received in the questions. There was one question about the proportion of the stoop. I would make sure to note that the 2D elevations are always the most accurate in terms of their dimensions versus the design intent of the renders. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay, noting that we don't, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Walter, would you second that?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this discussion?
Thank you very much. I think this is a great project. I think this is a confident, modern interpretation of brownstone or a townhouse in a tight contextual situation. I think that the use of detailing, brick detailing, careful brick detailing, proportions, analysis of the site have resulted in a facade that is clearly contemporary, yet that fits in from a textural and contextual point of view. I think the comments that I would make are relatively modest and minor and could be dealt with at a staff level. First of all, I think that the placement, I have no qualms with the choice to use a single window that does not have muntins in it. I think that kind of goes along with the assumption that it's a modern building. I don't think it needs it, but I would say that the depth of the window, as shown in the renderings, looked a little bit shallow. So I would say that they could work with the staff to push those windows in a little bit and give them a little more shadow and dimension on the facade. That'll help give it a more historic relationship to its neighbors. I think that the back facade needs to be looked at with staff again to give it a little bit more materiality. My preference would be for it to be done in brick and not in ephes. We seem to have fallen off of our no ephes ban of a number of years ago, but it's still, I would say, not the best material for a new building. And if they could use a cement stucco, I think that would be preferable. Brick would be best, especially looking at the neighbors. I think brick would be the way to go. A common brick would be the way to go. If that is not doable, I think they could do it in a cement stucco that had a little bit more detail, whether it's joints, expansion joints, control joints, or some suggestion of the texturing that was done on the front in a simplified manner. And you know, you look at this facade and you can see that one of the neighbors does have a you know, rather detailed rear facade. It's kind of an interesting thing. So I think that the contemporary quality could be retained while giving it a little bit more texture and depth. And I'm not sure that I don't disagree with the choice to do the L-shaped stoop, which I think is a clever recall of a historical detail. But I think that the details should be looked at with staff. The curved plan seems to invite for debris collection along the street. And the railing detail wasn't clear to me. I would just say that they would want to make sure that it has sufficient detail and refinement to look purposeful and not casual.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
This is one of those projects.
Commissioner Jefferson, please have you try to speak up as much as you can. People are having a hard time hearing you. You got to speak up as, yes.
Okay, now speak now. Speak now. It's one of those projects that stem from a concept, an idea. From there, come up with temporary elements like the point.
We're sorry, Commissioner, it's not picking up at all. Can you speak into maybe into a different
Is this
mic?
on?
Can you try a different mic?
Or try it.
We're just,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, let's start this off.
It's a conspiracy, right?
we'll switch you to next.
Keep silent.
Here.
So the idea of the datum to set the materiality on is just magical. And it all works really well. And the thinness of things, the window frame doesn't have to be thick, it could be thin. They can play with modern materials in a different way. I think the stair, I was a little bit concerned about it being kind of narrow, but once they said it was something that was already there, it made total sense to me. The rear facade is a little stiff, doesn't have the design potency of the front. Maybe some joint lines could be put in, maybe more texture or textured parts of it. They could look at that, but on a whole, it's a very wonderful project. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, and I don't have a lot to add. I do want to compliment the applicant because I do think it's a great example of a contemporary new building that fits well in the context of the historic streetscape, and doing interpretations of details, proportions, alignments are enough sometimes to create that dialogue and relationship. So compliments once again to them to doing this approach to the design. I have similar comments about the rear facade that my fellow commissioners had. It's a bit too plain and simple, and some more sense of texture articulation would be welcome. Otherwise, a beautiful proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumbe?
As iterated before, it's a very nice project. I like how it incorporates the new with the old. It also looks at the context and it brings everything together. That being said, the detailing is very nice. Subtle, understated, but impactful. I guess I'd also say that I'm a little worried about the stoop. I enjoy where it's being referenced from, but how it abuts the next building really needs to be worked out. As for the rear of the building, I believe it's a little undercooked, and it could use a lot of the thought that was placed in the front facade in the rear as well. and it would bring it up to the next level.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with the bad first. I think the use of EFIS should be the last option, especially on a new build. I think there's just so many other choices. It's not even going to look as pleasant as the adjacent building once it starts aging in 5 years or so. So I would definitely stay away from the EFIS. I think overall the composition is fine on the rear, but yeah, the material choice needs to be worked out. On the front facade, I think it's like most have stated. I think the applicant did a great job of analysis of the block and just understanding all of the various design elements from brownstone to brownstone building. I think they did a good job of kind of collecting all of those various ideas and creating a composition that worked for this building. It feels like it could have been there before, which I think is kind of the objective, but also recognizing that it is contemporary and it is different from what's been there for much longer. I think I do like the parlor floor as a kind of nod to the original building with the arches, and I think it's a good touch with the brick articulation on that floor as well. The stoop, I think it's a clever way of doing the stoop as well as kind of connecting to what was previously there, but I do think it needs to be worked out for the reasons that were mentioned before. Overall, I think it's a good design and will be a great addition to this block. I think I'm on the fence with the window type, the casement, I think it's probably the one thing that doesn't really fit. And I understand that it's that we are saying that this is a contemporary design and it's in the nature of that, but I think that's probably the one thing that I think needs to kind of be consistent to tie it all in.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
So I want to agree with my fellow commissioners. I think this is a pretty elegant job. And so I don't want to be too picky. I like the rear facade. I think it's plain and simple. And I will give a defensive EFIS on two fronts. Front one, from an energy perspective, it's a home run because there are no thermal breaks and it works very well. And what we've been seeing with local law 11 inspections is the EFIS is holding up better than the brick. So it may not look great. I think you can play with texture a bit with the EFIS or something if you would like, but in general, I find this appropriate and an elegant project.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayen?
Well, much has been said already, but confident is a great word to describe this project. Mike, kudos to you. Before speaking about the building design itself, I just wanted to note for the applicant and for everyone else listening that slide 9, beginning with the analysis of rustication, the belt coursing, the cornices, and continuing with the analysis of color and the argument for the relatively unique stoop, I thought were a masterclass in making an argument for appropriateness, interpreting historic conditions of the adjacent context and even of the demolished building. You're kind of incorporating a kind of ghost of the building that has been lost. So I think the stoop is great. Don't change it if you ask me. Yeah, I think this is a great project. The design is treated with subtlety and a nuanced hand. You demonstrated great skill in the manipulation of a single element to create a level of detail and articulation while referencing, as I noted, historic architectural elements, but interpreting them in a contemporary way. I think the windows, as single light windows on the front are fine. I'm okay with that. The rear facade, everyone's got slightly different opinion in general. I understand, it's as simple as possible. Sort of the articulation and focus has been given to the front facade. I'm okay with the materiality as is or as suggested by other commissioners. I do think a touch more detail could be introduced, that could be worked out with the staff. It could be as simple as jointing, I think as Commissioner Goldblum suggested, jointing that references some of the datums on the front or, lintels, headers, fairly simple introduction of additional detail, but we are all going to speak longer than you presented, so concisely and persuasively. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, here come the filibuster. I think that being the last to go, the comments have been made. I think you enjoy all the accolades. I think you did a beautiful job, especially with the rendering. I agree with some of the comments. I think with the especially Commissioner Goldblum on the front facade, I think the windows in the front could use a deeper pocket recess. So that the other thing that has not been brought up is whenever I see a large glass panel area, I worry about a little bit about the burst strikes. So keep that in mind. And I think overall, I think the recommendation seems to be that I think the rear facade needs a little bit more. Is what the commission is recommending.
Okay. So Commissioner Goldblum, it looks like most of the comments are really clustering around what you had said. The stoop, slightly more detail, rear facade, more detail, although we did have one strong vote for EFS. But I think
Rapidly overwhelmed.
But I think we can talk about, other materials, more detail in the rear facade, and then working with staff on the details on the stoop. Thank you.
Regarding 163 West 122nd Street, Mount Morris Park Historic District Extension, the application is to construct a new building. I note that the building historically located on this lot was one of a pair of individualized Queen Anne-style row houses designed by Ralph S. Townsend. But it was demolished prior to the designation of the district, and that the other building in the pair located on the adjacent parcel to the west is extant. I also note that the building to the east is a Romanesque Revival style townhouse also designed by Ralph S. Townsend, built about in 1890. I further note that the north side of West 122nd between Lenox and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevards consists mainly of 3- and 4-story row houses constructed in the late 19th century. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the construction of the new building on this vacant lot will eliminate a gap in the street wall, that the height and general massing of the proposed building will be harmonious with the streetscape. The plane of the front facade will align with the front facades of adjacent buildings, that the depth of the house and its projection in the central green space will be compatible with this block, which features buildings of varied massing, including some with equivalent depth and projection. The window openings and cornice of the proposed building will align with the windows and cornice of the adjacent row house to the east, recalling the relationship of the pair while varying in detail. The simple design and materials of the front facade, including tan pattern brick, punched window openings, simple fenestration, articulated projected cornice, will harmonize with the historic buildings in the streetscape. But the details of the front facade, featuring stacked bond base aligning with the brownstone base of the historic building pair, stepped soldier course brickwork at the openings, and vertically ribbed brickwork at the cornice, will recall in a contemporary manner the decorative masonry detailing and articulation found at other historic masonry buildings in this row and elsewhere in the historic district. That the use of arched window and door openings at the parlor floor will be a modern expression of the segmental arch-headed windows. Oops. Just a little bit too quickly. At the building historically located on this lot, and is consistent with other buildings found throughout the historic district, where the shape and the parlor floor fenestration is different from the upper floors. The brick-clad curved box stoop will be a contemporary interpretation of the stoop that the building previously had at this low site. That the areaway will be consistent with the sunken areaways of neighboring townhouses in terms of grade level alignment, design, and materials at the rear facade featuring punched openings at the upper floors. Double height opening at the lower floors is simply designed with high solid to void ratio and will be residential in character. But the simply designed penthouse will well scale to the building and will now be visible from the public thoroughfares and will be typical of penthouse additions found at other buildings found throughout the historic district in terms of massing and material. That the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the streetscape and the Mount Morris Park Historic District extension. And I recommend that the applicant work with staff to add depth to the windows, to explore the detailing on the stoop, and to consider changing the material and adding detail to the rear facade.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chen, would you second that?
Second.
Thank you. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby, Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 9 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
That's been approved. Please continue to work with staff. Nice job. Let's move to the next item, or, yeah.
And before moving to item 11, just want to note a schedule update in advance of lengthy presentation and testimony. We're going to proactively read into the record the last two items that would have been after item 11, that's 12 and 13. We're going to read them into the record today to have them be presented at a future public hearing date where the presentation will be given and testimony will be taken at that time. Public hearing item number 12, LPC 26-05767, 700 Park Avenue, in the Upper East Side Historic District, and item 13, LPC 25-05076, 68 West 119th Street in the Mount Morris Park Historic District, again being read into the record to be presented at a future public hearing date. I think as is custom, we will ask, however, if anyone is here right now to testify for either of those items, even though we are not presenting it today. We can have a show of hands and we'll also check on Zoom. Anyone here for item 12 or 13? This is not 375 Lafayette. This is 700 Park Avenue or 68 West 119th Street. And again, there will be no presentation today. So you can testify today or you can hold your testimony until it's actually presented at a future hearing date. Okay, we'll check on Zoom to see if there's any hands raised.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to testify on those items, please raise your hand. All right, seeing none.
Okay. With that, we'll move to the last item, public hearing item number 11, LPC.
Sorry, I do see a raised hand now, two. I just want to confirm that, okay, now they're lowered.
All right.
Moving on.
Public hearing item number 11, LPC 26-07016, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 531, lots 17, 56, and 52, 375 Lafayette Street in the NoHo Historic District Extension. Currently a parking lot, and the application is to construct 2 new buildings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Ruley, Higgins, Quays, Barth and Partners. We are the preservation consultants for this project at 375 Lafayette Street. I'm joined today by the full project team, including Joe Meng of Minskoff Equities, the project developer, Anthony Borelli of Edison Properties, the property owner, Valerie Campbell, Land Use Counsel from HSF Kramer, Chris Cooper and Gary Koo of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill, the project architects, and my colleague Julie Rosen from HQ. I'm going to take you through some of the history and context for the design as it informs the appropriateness of the project, and then Chris Cooper from SOM will share with you the design proposal. So to begin, just a little bit about the team. Minskoff Equities has assembled an expert team to proceed with this project, recognizing the significance and the task at hand. The project is led by SOM. With DeSimone and Langen as engineers. This is not just to design a appropriate contemporary building, but to ensure that it is a well-performing and structurally safe construction project for the surrounding historic buildings. For those commissioners that might not be familiar with the work of Minskoff, they are longstanding New York City owner and developer with extensive experience developing new buildings in historic districts. Here are just two examples at 17 Jane Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, which was designed by David Chipperfield Architects, and 29J in the Dumbo Historic District designed by Marvel. And I think you can see from these projects that there's a strong emphasis on meaningful contemporary architecture being integrated into their historic contexts. So to begin, the project site is located at 375 Lafayette Street, which is located on the northeast corner of Lafayette and Great Jones Streets in the NoHo Historic District Extension, which is one of three NoHo historic districts that collectively have a great variety of building types and scales and really tell the story of the evolution of the district. And the project site is located between the larger scale commercial buildings that we see in the north and west of the districts and the smaller scale residential and medium scale commercial of the south and the east. And so here is the project site, and the proposal before you today is a new as-of-right 19-story residential development, which will be constructed as two buildings with a unified architectural expression. The site is currently a parking lot, and it extends 77 feet along along Lafayette, excuse me, and 227 feet along Great Jones. This is a long-standing underutilized site that does not contribute currently to the historic character of the historic district. So here's the site at street level. We're looking northeast, and you can see the site is surrounded by sort of medium range buildings and with newer construction outside the district in the distance. From the outset for this project, the question has been, how does one design a new building that relates to the historic district context while achieving the civic goals to substantially increase housing as envisioned under the SoHo-NoHo rezoning and the City of Yes? We believe that the project that we're sharing today answers that question, and the appropriateness for the project is really rooted in a few basic ideas that we're going to be discussing throughout the presentation, but beginning with the unique history of the site. It has a long history of being occupied by significant buildings and was part of and witness to significant changes in the urban fabric surrounding the site, both throughout its historical periods, but also in the recent past. And this proposal develops a site-specific solution that addresses the history of the site and its evolving context, bridges the historic architecture and evolution of massing that we see in the distinct phases of development within the district, and is consistent with the scale and height of the district's large commercial buildings. Looking west from the site, so the parking lot's in the foreground, across Lafayette Street, we see the Skirmerhorn building and the Silk building, this sort of characteristic stepped layering of the commercial buildings in the district, which is really part of how the district evolved. So we're going to start with a little bit about the district and its history and evolution, and we're going to then we'll circle back to the site specifically, but we're going to look at the historic development of the district through the lens of Lafayette Street, how it's changed, and then how that relates to the proposed new design. So there are three major periods of development within the historic district, and this begins in the early to mid 19th century, characterized by small-scale residential and institutional development. Colonnade Row, which we see here on the top left, is constructed during that period. And you can see in the map on the right, Lafayette Place extended down and terminated at Great Jones, the south side of Great Jones. So currently Lafayette goes all the way through, and we'll talk about that. But our site is located on this northeast corner, so it has acted as a bookend or terminus as part of the Lafayette Place experience from its earliest days. Originally, it was occupied by, or its first phase of development in modern history was the construction of St. Bartholomew's. This is the original St. Bart's on the site from 1830s. And we also see the sort of small scale footprints of the buildings at that time. So the 25-foot module that proliferated along both the avenue and the side streets. Moving into the later 19th century, we see a significant change in scale, the introduction of commercial buildings within the historic, along Lafayette Street. And so this is a period when the earlier buildings are supplanted by larger scale commercial buildings, typically 5 to 8 stories, and then combining the lots. So taking that 25-foot wide lot and combining them into 4 or 5 lots wide in order to create larger assemblages. And we see that the beginnings of that characteristic juxtaposition of scale. So the residential scale here in Colonnade Row with a loft building adjacent to it. And at this time, Divinity Press building is also constructed. And in 1880, the mission of the Immaculate Virgin, not the conception, the Immaculate Virgin is constructed on our site. So this large-scale institutional building. We also see from these images that this is the period where red brick, terracotta, brownstone are the primary building materials, and a very sort of tight, dense development of that palette. And then at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, there are 2 really significant changes that are afoot in what becomes the historic district. One is the introduction of even larger scale commercial buildings. So what were previously 5 to 8 stories are now 12-story commercial buildings, larger footprints assembled through the conglomeration of smaller lots. And we see what becomes the characteristic stepping that is across the street from our site, specifically the Skirmerhorn building with up to the Silk building. And that is a typical feature that we see throughout the district. At this time, 770 Broadway is also constructed. This is the former Wanamaker's Annex building, which is the largest historic building within the NoHo historic districts. At the end of the 19th century is when Lafayette is extended through to the south. So what used to end at the north side of Great Jones, Lafayette continues down now through the blocks that used to run continuous from Broadway to the Bowery. And we see a distinct change in the character. Everything to the north of Great Jones, from the north side and above, which was historically Lafayette Place, has larger scale architecture. It manifests the various layers of those 3 phases of development that we've seen. So you have a juxtaposition of scale, material, articulation that is inherent in the Lafayette Place footprint, the extent of that, and then everything below that was where the sort of the cut through was made, and you end up with shaved buildings and parcels of undeveloped lots at this point in history. Another significant differentiation between these 2 sections of Lafayette is that the area south of Great Jones is 80 feet wide, and the area north from the north point of Great Jones is 100 feet wide. By comparison, Broadway, which we all think of as broad, is 80 feet wide. So Lafayette Street is in fact wider, the Lafayette Place portion is in fact wider, broader, and maintained that boulevard character that it had always had historically when it was Lafayette Place. As I mentioned, the project is being developed as 2 separate buildings within a single unified composition. And this is a pattern of development that we see throughout the historic district. It is in fact embedded in each of the phases of development where developers would construct multiple buildings side by side and then have a uniform, consistent facade represented. And so we see that both in the residential phase of development with Colonnade Row, and then in the later phases of commercial development, both sort of medium scale and large scale along Lafayette Street and Broadway, where 409 Lafayette is two distinct buildings within a single facade composition, and 715 Broadway, which is now the Tisch School, is four buildings under a single composition. And so this was done for a number of reasons: architectural expression, identity, economy of scale, and market forces for lease areas. And these forces that drove development, speculative development then, are the same that remain relevant today, and is a distinct embedded pattern in the history of development of the historic district. Everything sort of comes to a halt in the early 20th century. There's a period of stasis. Lafayette Street has been cut through. We see what happens along the periphery of Lafayette Street, where it bifurcated the blocks. There were gas stations and parking. It became known as Gas Station Alley. And on the top left is our site after the demolition of the Mission Building, and a gas station occupied that site. And in the mid-century, the buildings start to be reused by artists and converted for residential use or live work. And here we see Robert Rauschenberg in the building, or in front of the building at 381, which is directly north of our site on Lafayette Street, where the Rauschenberg Foundation currently is housed. There is a significant layer of contemporary architecture within the historic districts, both pre and post designation. And at the time of designation for the extension, the buildings on Bond Street were noted within the designation report as highlighting the neighborhood's adaptability to the changes brought with each new chapter of New York's history. And I think this is really significant because it talks and speaks to the concept of the importance of the evolution of this part of the historic district, because there were specific conditions that existed, vacant lots, garages, and that has created a layer of contemporary architecture as a result. It also introduced a new massing to the historic district because the massing of these buildings represents that generation of buildings' civic policy at that time. There are a number of commission-approved new buildings. They're primarily located on Lafayette Street, just to our south, where Lafayette was cut through. And so you have two buildings at the sort of the gateway just south of us that were designed by Morris Ajmi. There's an Annabelle Seldorf building to the south of that, and creates a direct contemporary link or dialogue with our site. So then moving back to our site specifically, the site has always had a significant building in both function and scale located on it. First, starting with St. Bart's Church, with its steeple rising above the residential rows surrounding it, and the Mission of the Immaculate Virgin on the site, which was this incredibly robust red brick, 9 stories plus dormers and rooftop recreation space, really a significant anchor to the corner that then dead-ended, right? So this is all pre-cut through. And so it really created a sense of place and identity for that corner specifically. And so as we're thinking about what needs to happen on the corner, how do you take, how does the new architecture create a place to anchor this historic bookend? In 1929, the Mission was demolished. Now, the part that I can't get my mind around is that it was actually demolished for the gas station. It wasn't that the building was demolished and someone in an opportunistic effort built a gas station. They demolished it to do this, which is almost unfathomable. And but we lost that building. There evidently wasn't a reuse at that time for it. We have a gas station. Since 1929, this void has been present in this streetscape. So the extension of Lafayette Street was really impactful, both in terms of the district history, but also the site-specific history, because this is kind of the beginning of the end for the building that occupied the site, right? Once the thoroughfare starts and it's a major transportation corridor, that's when there's this new use for the automobiles, and we get gas stations and parking. And so here you can see we're standing just south of Great Jones, looking north, and you can see the termination of where Lafayette Place ended. Significant architecture, corner-oriented, varying scales, juxtaposed materials. We have the ups and downs that extend along Lafayette Place to its termination, which at that point was a church prior to the construction of 770 Broadway. And today 770 is there. So this is a major shift in the sort of the urban character of what happens between the north side of Great Jones and the south side. Here is that view today. So we're flanked by the contemporary buildings. These are the Ajmi buildings. This is the Seldorf building. And looking north along Lafayette Street, we have the buildings that are across the street from us, that stepped configuration, the variety of materials, facade articulation, the texture and color, and the characteristic up and down that we see in the buildings. In the background, this is 770 Broadway that terminates the view to the north, and our site is back here. And so the new building would continue the street wall, give us a true architectural expression of the corner, and allow for the streetscape to be woven back together again. And this view also gives us a sense of that kind of contraction or compression and expansion that happens with the widening of Lafayette Street as we cross to the north of Great Jones Street. So circling back to the view to the west of the project site, here we see those layers of history that we've from each of those generations that we've talked about in the commercial construction. So stepping up from the Skirmerhorn building all the way up to Silk, and we see the primary and secondary elevations juxtaposed with one another, and the secondary elevations exposed over the primary elevations. And this is all due to the development patterns of NoHo and this specific area. And this condition gives us sort of the strongest clues as to how to continue that evolution. And so we're back where we started, this unique site. This is a prominent corner, a site that can and should accommodate a new large building, and particularly one that is carefully crafted, not only to reflect the scale and materiality and detailing that we see throughout the district, but also to tell the story of the place and its context. And with that, I'll pass the presentation to Chris to walk you through the design.
Thank you, Aaron. Chris Cooper, SOM. Thank you for the context, Aaron. Just as this district is the product of the rich evolution of building typologies that Aaron just described. I'm sorry? Oh, it is, yeah, how's that? Got it. I'll lean over. Sorry. So just as this district is the evolution of the rich evolution of building typologies that Aaron described, it also is the product of the evolution of city policy and of zoning change. And there have been recent changes that have encouraged even privileged housing, and housing specifically with affordable components. And so the zoning changes of 2021
and the advancement of City of Yes in 2024 have really positioned this site for a significant transformation. And so this site is in fact one of the last few remaining empty sites that can accommodate affordable housing in the district. And that coincides well with the neighborhood. The neighborhood is poised for residential. It is extremely well connected by public transportation. It is highly amenitized neighborhood with diverse offerings and great proximity to NYU. So the project, just by the numbers, is zoned for approximately 214,000 zoning square feet. And that translates to approximately 200 units, so just under 200 residential units, a quarter of which will be affordable. So 50 plus units of affordable on the site. We also are proposing retail at the base, so 6,000 to 7,000 square feet of retail at street level, and approximately 25 parking spaces, ancillary parking spaces in the cellar. You know, the building that we're proposing is entirely as of right. And as Aaron points out, we are, for practical purposes, technically building two buildings, but we have one zoning site, one empty lot constructed at one time by one developer. And so we've taken the position of this being one composition. And we'll talk more about that as we advance. So the zoning envelope is very well defined. As I said before, it's approximately 214,000 square feet. The height is capped at 195 feet. We've inserted that into this aerial view, and you can see exactly the scale of the zoning envelope. Maybe the positive part is that we are in good company at this scale. We've mapped other notable contributing buildings in the district, large buildings in the district. And here we're highlighting buildings that are over 60,000 square feet and up to 1.2 million square feet. And then we've mapped those buildings just to really understand their proximity to one another, their placement in the district. There's a really clear articulation of those buildings along Broadway, and also on the northern portion of Lafayette. And that is precisely explained by the cut through that Aaron referred to, the breakthrough of Lafayette south of Great Jones Street. So the larger buildings of the district prior to the breakthrough of Great Jones were in one location. Then when we break through mid-block, we see that smaller grain building to the south and east in the extension. So our site is really a hinge site, a hinge between the composition of these larger buildings and then the smaller grain to our south. We've also taken a sampling of some of the large buildings in the district from the 770 Broadway at the northernmost tip of the district down to the Cable Building at the southernmost tip, the Tisch Building, which represents the kind of western edge along Broadway, and the Silk Building, which sits across the street from us on Lafayette. And it's helpful to see the scale and understanding of these facades in relation to our zoning. So this again is our underlying zoning on the site with a cap of 195 feet. Modern zoning requires a street wall, and refer to that in some of the contemporary buildings in the district. Street wall height here is set at 125 feet. And so there's also accommodation in the envelope of mechanical rising above the roof line up to 55 feet. So we've mapped on this zoning envelope just for understanding some of those buildings that we sampled before, other contributing notable buildings in the district. And you see 770 Broadway rising to 220, and then Tisch and Silk Building in height. And also we're showing that in width relative to our 227 feet in width. I think that it's important we recognize that our envelope is not an outlier in this district. And so, that's just the zoning envelope. How do we turn this into a building? How do we think about this as an actual building in the district? We've taken steps to stitch what we think is stitch the massing, stitch the building into the district, but also into the immediate block. So we've started by taking the overlay of that nominal 25-foot dimension of the underlying historic lot sizes, and also what we see very commonly in the underlying structure of the district buildings, small and large. And we've overlaid that onto our site. And then we've endeavored to step the street wall. So we can manipulate the street wall, some up, some down, relative to that cap at 125. And we've stepped the street wall as a composition that relates to the compositions of many of the blocks in the district, where we have tall buildings directly adjacent to low buildings. And we've stepped that massing of the street wall up to the corner of Lafayette and Great Jones and down to mid-block to align more directly with the scale of the buildings directly adjacent to us mid-block. And then we overlay on that an expression that borrows from that 25-foot pier interval that we see so commonly in the district. And we use that 25-foot pier modulation to set the lines to shear one height to another height and really distinguish the street wall from the secondary facade. And we take the same approach on Lafayette Street, where we have the highest point to the corner to Great Jones and Lafayette, where we think the height is appropriate. And then we step that massing down of the street wall to be more directly in line with the massing and scale of our neighbors directly to the north. So I want to switch and talk a little bit about our facade expression, our architecture that we've developed, beyond this massing strategy. And again, we've looked to other notable buildings in the district. There are many great examples of broad, tall buildings in the district. And while each one is unique and distinct unto its own, there are many consistent characteristics in these buildings. We see very commonly this tripartite approach of base, shaft, and crown. We see sometimes a setback upper facade that is different, distinguished from the primary facade, so a kind of secondary facade above a cornice line. We see very commonly these articulated vertical piers with secondary horizontal piers. But we see this, marching of the rhythm, and there are very many different ways to do it in the district, and a whole range of notable, extraordinary examples, but a consistency of this vertical proud pier, secondary recessed horizontals, infill windows. Sometimes we see the incorporation of multiple levels at the base to articulate the right scale of the base in the storefront. And we see, again, many different ways of doing this, this vertical relative to the horizontal with infill windows. But we often see this weave, whether it's in the deep facades of One Astor Place or the very shallow facades of buildings like 770 Broadway. We also have looked very carefully to the materiality of the district, a district dominated by masonry, stone, brick, terracotta, and also one that sees a range of color, but many of these deep orange-red masonry facades. So I'll transition to us in our building, but we have taken this approach of a deep orange-red terracotta facade. So we're proposing a terracotta facade with this significant expression of the 25-foot modules, the 25-foot piers, and we use those 25-foot piers to shear the height of the street wall from the corner down to mid-block. And you also see that secondary horizontal weaving behind the vertical. And then at the top of each one of these 25-foot modulations, we've tried to bias with ornament and with material the top or the crown of each or cornice of each of these figures. And then that secondary facade is of the same material, but it distinguishes itself as a bit lighter to try to offset
the two elevations. And this is a device that I'll show you in larger overall views. I want to point out also that we have recognized that there's incredible use of ornament in the district that often that you see in these glancing views, and it's ornament that is either cast or pressed into the building material itself. And that ornament is often of specific motif. We've looked to the egg and dart motif as a point of inspiration. And as I said, we're proposing a terracotta facade. And terracotta today is an extruded material. It's very different than terracotta of history, where it's pressed almost like a brick. And so terracotta today, it's a very durable material. It can be a very rich, almost artisanal material, but it is a extruded material. And so we have extruded, we've picked a profile of extrusion, which is kind of this egg profile. And that gives us these vertical figures on the facade. And you get this kind of gentle verticality, almost like the fluting of a column. But we've also endeavored to make ornament out of that extrusion. And so our proposal is actually to slice at a very strong angle the base of these extrusions to express that egg profile. And you see that as you look forward, as you look up the building. And so we think that that detail is heavily appreciated at the base of the building and at the crown of the building, and goes a long way to add that sense of detail to the passerby as one glances up the building. And so that detail really animates the base of the building. It animates the storefront. And you can see this is our, as I break this down a little bit more, the base of our building that we have expressed as a two-story expression. So we borrowed that technique of trying to get the scale right at the base. And so we bring those figures down, those fluted profiles down, and they're sliced just above the storefront. And then they continue down also into a carved stone base. So our storefront is surrounded by a carved stone base, a strong lintel that helps land the pieces above and frame the individual storefronts that then can be unique to their program within. And so that allows us to accommodate retail. It also allows us to accommodate a different scale and identity for the residential entrance, where we're able to give the right appropriate identity for residential, but to do that within the overall figure and scale of the building. And so in composition, you see that on the oblique, the regular rhythm of the piers landing terracotta down to stone. The storefront is pushed back to add extra depth and to really expose the stonework in those piers. And so we're able to give this variety from one bay to another that is typical in the region and so in the district, and so beautiful that you get, it gives a variety of storefront, but also gives a consistency in that storefront or street wall experience. And so, we take that around and understand, well, how does that relate to our neighbors? How does that relate to our context? This view is seeing the full width of Lafayette Street, and we believe that the color, the texture, the craft of the facade responds, and the scale of the facade, I should say, really respond well to our direct neighbors and sits comfortably. This is the Rauschenberg Foundation that we're seeing just to the north of us, to the left of the building here. And so we'll start to zoom out and look at the building in situ and from a number of overall views. But we believe that, we see even here that the scale of that two-story articulation of the base starts to help the scale of the building. We see for the first time in almost a century, the full block structure being completed here on the corner. And then as we step back and kind of open up the lens of the camera to take in the whole building, we can see how all those components that I was trying to describe kind of come together. And so the idea is that there's a prominent height at the corner where we think it's appropriate, and that then we step down to the east and to the north with our street wall, and with a articulated cornice line at that step back. and then a secondary facade that is akin to the primary facade, but that helps give more distinction between that primary and secondary geometry. And here we back up onto Great Jones Street, again looking east towards Lafayette. The lens of the camera is more appropriate to human experience in this view, but you can see now the relationship of our tall corner relative to the intersection, and I think also in this view you start to see how the setback of the street wall above the street wall and the step down of the street wall relates very directly to the building's mid-block in the distance. So here I think you see the benefit of that composition of the stepping of that street wall. And then as we flip to the other side, standing on Great Jones now on the mid-block on Great Jones, looking to the west, we see the steps in the reverse direction, aligning with our mid-block neighbor and then rising to the corner. I think also you see here or I'd like to point out maybe the relationship of the base, our two-story articulation, which we think responds more to the scale of the overall elevation, but also pulling in that one-story lintel, which stitches in very directly to our immediate neighbor. And as we back up to Bowery, now looking at the full block, we see that stepping from mid-block up to the corner. We also take note here of the lot line condition, and that we borrow from a more neutral lot line condition that we see very commonly in the district and even in the foreground of this image. And we do have some lot line windows, but it's that neutral lot line that helps distinguish the detail of the street wall. And also in this image, we have silhouetted the forthcoming 56 Great Jones for context. And then rotating to the north, an important view here looking south. And so we see that our building is much taller than our neighbors immediately to the north. It's a rear facade. This is also a residential facade. It's that faces onto the rear yard. And so you see the windows of those residential units on the far left. The breakdown of the massing is a little more complex in the back because we have a very complex lot line, and I'll show you that in a minute. And so you see the different planes of the rear yard in this image. And you also see again, the lot line that's just above the Rauschenberg Foundation, which is that neutral brick facade that distinguishes the street elevation from the rear elevations. One last overall view. Here we're looking north, and we are standing in the 80-foot dimension of Lafayette, and you can see just past Great Jones, it widens to the 100-foot dimension. Here, I think we also see the prominence of the corner being scaled to the intersection. And then also, I think legible in this image is the step down of the street wall as the building then steps down to our neighbor immediately to the north and exposes sky at that corner. So I have one last chapter of this, which is detail. And so I'll try to go through this. Thank you for all of your patience in this, but I want to just give you some of the facts and detail of the project, starting with the roof plan. And you can see that the geometry of the site and the geometry of the rear lot line. And so it jogs, and our building jogs with that, so that we can always accommodate a 20-foot rear yard. You can also see on the south side our 10-foot setback from Great Jones, and the step up from 9 stories, 12 stories to 15 stories on the corner. And then on the west side, we see the 10-foot setback on Lafayette, and also an additional 15-foot setback that we're able to do because that's the narrow side of the building. And this is an essentially a long, narrow residential building, kind of double-loaded corridor residential building. And then also in this image, you see the profile of the mechanical on the rooftop. that is set back from the street walls further to diminish its presence. And it is surrounded with architectural finishes, as we can see here. So this is just a little bit more detailed elevation that you see the upper portion of the elevation. You can see here the primary street wall facade, all terracotta, the secondary street wall facade, also terracotta. There's a distinction, subtle distinction, those two facades, which I'll show in a moment. And but that is the goal of that is to kind of lighten up the upper portion so that you get more distinction from a street wall presence to the secondary facade presence. And then at the top of the building, we have metal screen and brick wrapping the mechanical and the elevator overrun, respectively. The rear facade, also an active residential facade. It is thought of, though, as a tertiary facade, meaning that we don't put noble materials, but we have masonry materials on the entire building. So the entire building is masonry, terracotta on the front. On the rear, we're using GFRC, and on the lot line, we're using brick. And you see the lot line on the right, where it's that kind of neutral facade that breaks the street wall from the rear. And here is a detailed view of that relationship of the primary facade of the street to the secondary facade of the street, both terracotta, but you see that there's a distinction in the profiles. And very specifically, you see that here in elevation and in detail, the primary vertical piers, the secondary horizontal, also terracotta, infill metal windows, painted metal windows. And then this facade is, I should point out that this is, contemporary facade construction. It's modern facade construction. This facade you're looking at here is nearly a 50% window to wall ratio. But we're able to, on this building, with this construction, we're able to put forward a very high performing facade. And so the building enclosure is letting us operate at an improvement of more than 10% over the 2020 energy code. And so this is, this is a high performing facade, and that also lends to some of the decisions about the assembly of the facade. And so this is the secondary facade, same components, terracotta, glass, painted metal, but you see that we lighten up the terracotta in the upper facade, and the whole point of this is to try to distinguish the primary and the secondary facade and try to have more prominence of that legibility of the street wall. The sidewall, the lot line walls, as I said before, are brick. We've put some detail in the coursing of the brick and soldier bond at the spandrel, and a running bond in between spandrel with some lot line windows. And then the rear facade is GFRC, as I mentioned, and it's a simplification of our primary facade, and we've put in some grooving and texture running vertically and flat panels running horizontally to kind of have a nuanced weaving that we see in the primary facade. On the ground floor, just important to note that we've biased retail to the corner of Lafayette and Great Jones, and then we've biased residential to the east with the primary residential entrance on Great Jones, and all the way to the far east is a discrete parking access. So we have entrance and exit at that location. It gives access to an elevator that takes you down to the cellar level. The storefront itself, as I mentioned before, is framed in stone, infill metal, 2-foot decorative louver band. The intent is that the storefront can be interchanged with entrance or display window, but all the building lands in this kind of stone base. In conclusion, we are working to, incorporate contemporary ideas of materiality, of detail, of craft, that we think create a contributing building at the scale of the passerby, the scale of the pedestrian, also at the scale of the block, completing the block for the first time in almost 100 years, and at the scale of the district, where we sit comfortably in the range of many notable contributing buildings of similar scale and size. So with that, I conclude. Thank you very, very much for your patience.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize in advance that I won't be able to stick around for later on. But a couple of questions. I do think these are probably for Erin. The building features stepping in its volume. I think that's a fair description of the building, that it has a stepped profile. Do you see that? You've noted stepping in the street front, but generally, as far as I could tell, that was from building to building, not within a single building. Is stepping in any way rooted in the expression of buildings in this district?
Not in a single building, but the design intent had been to develop something that was unique to the site and in some way translated that history of the phases of development. So moving from the small scale residential buildings to the larger scale commercial buildings, how those that 25-foot module then becomes part of the larger building, and using that as a mechanism to break down the scale of the site, recognizing that we have, if you just apply the basic zoning of that sort of Part A and Part B, that given the breadth of the site, that felt unrelieved in some way, and that there was a way to capture a strong corner and then mediate between the smaller buildings through this sort of creative interpretation of the massing that we see throughout the district.
Right, but I mean, I think my concern with that is that it makes sense as a narrative, but it disregards the kind of visual shorthand that step buildings have as being kind of an Art Deco or the later zoning responses. I mean, I think that New York is full of buildings that step. The choice to clad it in a single material, perhaps in a single style or a single kind of design, I think works against your reading. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't be commenting. I should be asking. Second question. You noted quite carefully that the bigger buildings in the site, in the district, tend to be further to the north. And at this end, they're kind of descending, although the variety still does persist. How do we, and when the citations are made of buildings that are of a similar height, they're generally speaking not the ones that are close to this building, with the exception of the Silk Building, which seems to be something of an outlier for this particular area. How do we defend the contextual enormity of this building relative to its immediate context? The buildings across the street, the buildings on the same block, the buildings immediately across the street. How do we, as you know, when we look at context and fitting in to context, we generally try to look right around the building as opposed to at the broader reaches of the district.
I think it's two parts. One is the concept of Lafayette Place and having larger scale buildings along Lafayette Place, which is in fact how it developed historically. So there were larger scale buildings with expansive footprints, and we see that what we call the sort of northern reaches of Lafayette. And this site is, because of its designation history and its history of development, has been sort of bifurcated from its history since the demolition of the building in 1929. And I think if we go back to the 1880s building that was on the site, you have a 100-foot plus building that was there historically, and that was immediately adjacent to row house scale. And so there's the relative scale between the historic building that existed in 1880 and the earlier generation of 1830s buildings. There was an enormous height differential between those buildings. And I think that that is not dissimilar to what we're seeing in the current condition, where we have loft buildings and larger scale buildings now along Great Jones, translating between the proposed new construction and the existing historic fabric to the east. That would be how I would justify it.
So it's a matter of relative scale, and that this building at 190 feet is of the same kind of order of difference to its immediate neighbors that the Immaculate building was to its neighbors? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but I think it's two-part. I think that there are tall buildings on Lafayette Place, and that exists historically.
Right.
And that is part of the immediate context. It might not be the immediate block context, and that there was historically a significant height differential between the building that occupied the site and its neighbors. So I
Right.
think those 2 points sort of go hand in hand.
Right, and has that kind of logic of relative scales been used in other cases that you can think of before the commission?
I mean, well, I don't know. We can certainly investigate that, but I think that conceptually what we're seeing, and I'll just go back maybe to a slide showing the construction of 770 Broadway, which is, of course, the northernmost
Right.
portion of the district, and is the tallest building in the district. But
Right.
if you look at the surrounding context, this was a building that in contemporary press was called looming, but that was in a positive way. It is the same repetitive module.
Yeah.
There is no differentiation in this facade. Every single bay is exactly the same. And the architectural press at the time held on to that because it was felt as progress. So there is this juxtaposition, again, that juxtaposition of scale that we see throughout the district. We can confirm about relative scale, but this is the very evolution of the place where you have small scale buildings immediately adjacent. And that's part of what makes the district so dynamic, is that variety, that juxtaposition. It's materiality and texture and all of that, but it is scale as well.
So by that logic, let's say that zoning allowed it, would a 300-foot tall building on this site be appropriate too?
It might be well
Okay.
designed.
Okay. And you noted that the building heights might be, in the neighborhood of the top of this building, as you noted on, I guess it was page 27 of 100. But the number of floors is pretty unique. You have 19 floors, is it?
Yes. Right.
In a building that's 195 feet tall, whereas I think that I couldn't count any buildings in the photos that had more than 13 floors, even if they had very high floors. How does your building respond to that aspect of scale?
I think that that's a direct relation of trying to maximize the amount of residential in this envelope. And so and I think that part of how we try to deal with that is by this real oppression of the horizontal and focus on the vertical. So we actually try to embrace the verticality of the building. And if I just go back to that zoom in of the facade, I think that we're getting, there is scale modulation per floor, but the overall reading is this general verticality of each figure.
Right.
I think that's an attempt to try to not make it too busy with the scale of the windows.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Jefferson and then Commissioner Chu.
So you said that this building tells a story. And there were two buildings on the block. If you go to page 27,
27?
27, it's an asymmetrical block. And how do you, the story of two buildings on the block, how do you tell that story from this view?
Right. So we, our position is not to tell a story of two buildings. Our position is to tell a story of one composition on the block. And so this is, as I mentioned, it's one zoning lot, it's one site constructed at one time by a single owner. And so we have made a decision to make a composition of one composition versus trying to almost pastiche, distinguish a facade on essentially one constructed building.
Yet you showed examples of buildings that had two buildings that had one facade, but told the story of two buildings. You showed that earlier in one of your
Yeah,
examples.
I'll come to that. Thank you. Yeah, so sometimes.
You showed that.
I think this is exactly what we're proposing, is that it is multiple buildings behind a composed singular facade. That's, yeah.
But there's a story there's a story you're telling me here by showing me that.
Yeah.
And then you show an example of not that story. And so I'm curious why an asymmetrical building that you have, which is fine, I'm not opposed to that. What changed that if you could show within that asymmetrical facade that there are two buildings, it would be fine with me, but somehow that's not clear now.
In the reading.
Oh.
I understand. And also maybe we could just clarify where the two building delineation is, but that it's not, yeah, let's see where we can. Well, there's part up top there, and then in the lobby, oh gosh, it'll take us a while to get to the lobby plan, but.
But I'm not.
And the second issue, you could solve that. That's no problem. The second issue is the base. You said you're going to have a base consistent, then the base vanishes. It begins and then I don't see it anymore. Is the base consistent?
Is the, I'm going to try to get to the rendering. Oh.
What do you mean?
But then we took it, they have a base, right? And then
So our
The
referral to
retail,
the base
is
is this line below.
it's consistent throughout.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, that's right.
Well,
And
thank
that's-
you. Yeah.
And that's what you see in this detail.
Oh, go back.
Oh. Which one?
You see here, you see the base.
That's not the
Oh.
top, it's just the top of the building.
It's just
Oh,
the
just
top.
the
cut.
Right.
Oh, that's the cut.
Yeah, that doesn't show
Yeah.
the base.
That,
Fine.
no, that
See,
explains
what
that.
happened? They got
I
short.
got you. That's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. So, very interesting puzzle, this one. I
Mhm.
appreciate your efforts and I understand your intent. And I understand that your concept is a single building that is masked as if it were a complex with a similar aesthetic for the facades, but your moves do bring the scale down is
Right.
your narrative here. Can you go back? Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you go back to the corner view again?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So to me, this corner, you designed this building from this corner. I see clarity here in terms of concept in your explanation and the importance of holding the street edge and marking the corner, the historic precedent of the tower on the corner. I understand that, and I think there's some solid logic to that approach. When you go to the north and the east facades, I kind of lose the concept. And that's a question to you, is the designers, can you explain that to me? Go to the north and the east facades. So it's basically your two
Right.
party walls, right?
See, right.
Your two party wall conditions are treated very differently. But yet when you back out, I lose a sense of your massing story. In some ways, when I look at the concept, I see that you've done a street wall approach that is more a scale of the block. You lower the
Right.
elevations, you set back enough so that you see the perspective of the other piece behind. To me, when you say, when I hear two buildings, I feel like those are the two buildings. There's a big core building behind, and there's a street wall building.
Right.
That's the way I perceive two buildings. But the core building is, on the party walls, I think loses sense of its clarity and identity. It's too big to hide. It's too big, and because you don't have buildup, even though zoning allows for future FAR to build up around lots, for a while, your building will be on display from 360. And that's a plus too, because it's the landmark. You see the building because of its height. I feel like the design, there are lots of nice things about the Lafayette and the Great Jones facade. I want to ask you a few more things about that, but I feel like it kind of loses its scale, tactile, and those elements here. And on the north facade, I just get a bit confused by the massing, because it becomes one mass and it loses the illusion that you've created in your design. So if you could help explain. And one more point, since I'm talking so much, is that the lower portion, when Everardo mentioned the base, my only question is, and this is an articulation thing, I feel more or less comfortable with your proportions. I just wonder whether or not the sort of mezzanine expression of the double story might feel a little bit more of the base, so that because of your height, that proportion kind of helps you feel like you're not being weighted down by the big tighter floor to floors above. That's a proportional comment, but I do think that the success of this could be just, it's a proportional discussion, because your relevance to the context and the historic conditions around are about bays, about the traditional 25 lot, and I'm reading that in the vertical expression.
Right,
I think
right.
it helps a lot.
Right.
This facade, because of its 275 run, feels more massive. I lose a bit of that breakdown because it's so long.
Right.
And when Everardo was mentioning the two buildings, that to me all just meant, was that an opportunity to help you break the scale down?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Chu, I'm just going to interrupt quickly and say that we have a lot of public testimony. So if you have any questions, we'll.
So the question is, if you could explain the design strategy to the party walls and the expression of the facades.
Right. I think that it's right that it's the lot line walls where you see the full expression of the building, the full height of the building is very clear. There's not, because it's a straight vertical wall, you don't have that ability to set back the base and the primary. And so what, part of what we've done is tried to, at those setbacks, kind of treat those almost as lot line walls again, so they're very neutral, and it helps break down this into, again, the composition of a rising street wall. I think that I would argue that it's not the lot line walls that is maybe exposing the game. Maybe your point is it's the upper facade, the upper facade being consistent versus the break that you're seeing at the Right. And the simple answer is that because this is a narrow lot and a narrow dimension, there's not the dimension to add further setback on that secondary facade. Once we push back the 10 feet, there's just not dimension to add further pushbacks up.
Thank you. We're going to go to Commissioner Ginsburg.
So I didn't fully understand, why are there two buildings?
So
I think I know, but I want to,
I mean, we're building two buildings entirely for practical reasons, to make the viability of the project affordable.
I mean, the 485X
That's right.
requirements.
That's right.
Thank you.
That are set for very big buildings or very small buildings, and we fall in the middle, which and that's what makes us able to build this building.
I have a question too. I know that you essentially have two buildings and that the concept is to make them one. And part of the reason is historical because there are other buildings in this district that have done so. But if you were to build them as two, design them as two, perhaps the massing would not be as I guess, overwhelming. Is that something that you guys considered in your initial design?
It absolutely is something we considered. And I think what we struggled with was how to not turn that into simple facadism, that we would pick a red color here and a beige color there. But it is essentially one new building being built at one time. And it felt superficial. And we found that the solutions were more superficial than actually embracing the fact that we're building one building, and we should really try to solve it as a composition. That's why we chose this idea of the composition of what you see with the stepping in the district, but on one building.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? If there's no other questions, let's go ahead and move to public testimony because we have quite a bit of public testimony here.
Right. And yeah, and Aaron was pointing out that the zoning envelope is the same kind of overlay, and so the massing is still analogous.
Okay, thank you so much. We have quite a number of people signed up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up 3 people at a time. I'm going to limit our testimony to 2 minutes. And when you come to the podium, if you can please state your name. We're going to start with Borough President Holloman Segal, and then Valerie De La Rosa, and then Tierra Williams.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important application to construct a new, as of right, 19-story residential building on the existing parking lot site that was shown today within the NoHo Historic District Extension. My name is Brad Hoylman-Segal. I'm the Manhattan Borough President. First, to state what is well known, New York City is in the throes of an affordability crisis and housing shortage. 47% of Manhattanites are spending 30% or more of their income on housing costs. And while we may disagree on the details, everyone seems to agree that we should build housing on this parking lot. I agree with Manhattan Community Board 2 and preservationists, and I would note that the chair of Community Board 2, Valerie De La Rosa, is here today, on many of their design comments, including calls for greater facade articulation, reduction of blank walls, and use of materials that align with the historic context. I agree that a robust cornice element at the top and at key elevations could help break up the facade, and I appreciate similar questions from the commissioners today. I also appreciate that this project has helped highlight ways that developers across the city are acting to avoid 485X wage requirements, which is a larger issue that I'm committed to working with partners in Albany to address. However, a major objection to this application is the size and scale of the proposed building and what is termed its general unsuitability in the historic district. There are 2 reasons why I disagree with this. First, there's a strong argument that the proposed building is actually in accordance with the size and scale of the local neighborhood. This project is 190 feet tall, while surrounding historic buildings are as tall as 220 feet heavy, as you've heard, and many of the neighborhood's historic loft-style buildings are more dense than the proposed building under consideration. Second, even if one agrees that the size and scale of the proposed building is inappropriate, that concern is dwarfed by the size and scale of New York's housing crisis. And while the housing crisis may not be an LPC consideration strictly, local policymakers passed recent zoning changes to address the housing crisis by increasing density and requiring affordable housing on this site. If we were to decrease the size of this building, we would decrease space for affordable homes. Further, the intent of landmarks law is not to prevent development, but to ensure that development is harmonious with the historic character of the surrounding area. Historic districts need to accommodate responsible growth, and I think the parking lot at 375 Lafayette Street presents a clear opportunity to do so. For these reasons, I support this application, and I look forward to seeing this parking lot transform into a thoughtfully designed building that honors the surrounding historic character while creating hundreds of desperately needed homes for Manhattanites. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Valerie?
Just get my timer. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Della Rosa. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2. I'm an economist and a trained art historian, but today I'm speaking on behalf of CB2. At our February full board meeting, CB2 voted to deny this application unless meaningful design changes are made to the proposal for 375 Lafayette. The issue before the commission is not whether housing should be built on this site. The issue is whether the design as presented is appropriate within the NoHo Historic District extension. From an architectural standpoint, the proposal's massing and flat facade treatment exaggerate the building's perceived bulk within the historic streetscape. The facade relies heavily on continuous vertical terracotta framing and elongated window openings, which create a strong vertical emphasis and make the building read as taller and more monolithic than many other historic buildings in the NoHo Historic District extension. Historic loft buildings here typically express a clear hierarchy of base, middle, and top with stronger horizontal breaks that help moderate scale. This is particularly evident along Great Jones Street, where the proposal sits directly adjacent to significant smaller historic buildings and offers little transition in scale. From a policy perspective, it is also notable that despite increased allowable floor area, the proposal produces roughly the same number of housing units that were previously projected for the site prior to the two rezonings that have been mentioned. That suggests the additional density is not meaningfully increasing the housing supply to the full potential that is possible on the site. Community Board 2 believes that development can succeed here. We support more housing, but the design needs to work harder to belong within the context of the historic district and meaningfully increase the number of housing units. With revisions that reduce perceived bulk, strengthen facade articulation, and better respond to the historic district's architectural rhythm, this project could make a more appropriate contribution to the streetscape. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Tiara.
Good evening. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm an organizer with Laborers Local 79. As a construction worker, I'm familiar with the architecture of Lower Manhattan. I believe this building fits comfortably into the neighborhood. Building at this size is what makes this project deliver as much as possible for the community. Empty lots don't support families. This project does. We are asking that you approve this project so that it can create responsible, affordable housing for the surrounding areas and welcoming people into this area, which used to be for work and families historically. This project turns a parking lot into housing. This will address our city's affordable crisis by creating affordable housing and good careers. The different levels of affordability it promises give so many opportunities to families of varying incomes. This project will also create family-sustaining careers for construction laborers like me that pay a fair wage, have good health insurance, and contribute to retiring. Our city is losing our families because they can't afford to stay. Let's help them stay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Dina Teswinter, Miras Ford, and Eli Perry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dina Taswinter, speaking for Village Preservation. We've submitted extensive testimony, and I'll try to summarize in closer to 2 minutes than 3. Village Preservation certainly believes that new construction is appropriate here, but this site, located at a critical juncture in NoHo, was intentionally included in the Historic District extension to ensure that new development would be compatible with its surroundings. The 2021 rezoning's environmental assessment specified the commission's continued role in ensuring that new development would be appropriate in scale and design for the surroundings. While some may claim a false dichotomy between approving the application as is and preserving a parking lot, you all know this is a vital process that leads to better outcomes, and we urge you to exercise that discretion and carefully scrutinize this application, with which there are several serious problems. First, the scale is nearly unprecedented for the district, especially on Lafayette Street and Great Jones Street. The only two buildings within the district approaching this height are on Broadway, far and away the area's widest and most densely developed thoroughfare. 770 Broadway covers a full block surrounded by 3 major streets, and is thus vastly different from this site, which historically included a wide 9-story building at the corner, a narrow 8-story building, and 4 4-story row houses. This mix of buildings and scales is typical of the district, in contrast to what is being proposed. The size of the proposed building should be reduced, particularly on Great Jones Street, where it would benefit from a stepping down to meet the much lower scale of adjacent buildings. The primary facades, currently repetitive and monotonous, should be broken up with more detail and variation. The Great Jones facade should be divided into sections with a greater variety of color, material, depth, and fenestration, and a true cornice. The rear and side facades are problematic and looming with grim repetition and blank walls over modestly scaled buildings within the historic district. For the large rear, a reduction in height combined with a more thoughtful treatment of this highly visible facade is essential. Crucially, the scale of the building could be reduced while still including all the housing projected for the site in the SoHo-NoHo rezoning, including by reducing the very generous proposed ceiling heights. It should also be noted that 25% of the units labeled affordable are pegged to an average income of 60% AMI, making the affordable relative and out of reach for most they may be supposed to house. Finally, this will be the most consequential project ever approved within the NoHo Historic District and its extension. We urge you to get it right and to require changes that will ensure the design is truly compatible with its surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you. And Miris?
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Maurice Ford. I'm a proud New Yorker and a member of Laborers Local 79. I support the 375 Lafayette Street project. This project will create at least 50 affordable apartments in a nice neighborhood. It is a great to build more affordable housing that working people like myself can, live in. I also looked at the pictures of this planned project, and I think it looks great, will fit in well with the neighborhood. When I entered the local 79 apprenticeship program, I received over 300 hours of training to become a skilled construction craft laborer. Now I'm a journey worker and an active member of my union. If we build this 375 Lafayette Street project, future apprentices will get the same opportunity I did. If we build this project, New Yorkers will get good quality, affordable housing built by New York City union construction workers. I ask this commission to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Eli?
Good evening. My name is Eli Perry. I am a Local 79 member. I am a New York City resident. I believe everyone will thrive with the 375 Lafayette project. As a construction worker, I've spent a lot of time working around Manhattan. When I worked non-union, I struggled to find housing, and I had to live in a shelter for 3 years. When I joined Local 79 Apprentice Program, I finally earned enough money to afford my own place. I was able to find a place in St. Albans, but I have a very long commute. And I need to drive sometimes to work because I don't live near the subway. It would be an amazing opportunity to work or live at 375 Lafayette Street. It is right near multiple train stations in a historic neighborhood. We all know how much New York needs affordable housing and good jobs. This project delivers both. I believe the whole team will do a great job because of their expertise and their strong commitment to New York City's workers and quality housing. The proposed building has a lot of respect for the character of the neighborhood. 375 Lafayette Street would create over 50 units of affordable housing and union careers. This is a great proposal. I urge the Landmark Commission to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are going to be Dio Butrovic, Carrie Culhane, and Rob Hutenvog.
Vice Chair Master, Commissioners, my name is Dino Buturovic. I'm a resident of NoHo, and I'd like to take you a quick walk, very quick, because it's 2 minutes, from Astor Place subway station to along Lafayette Street. So you emerge first from the station. On the right, you see one Astor Place, substantial red brick terracotta building, cast iron storefront, carefully articulated, curving mildly. I'll have to cut this here, but you look straight and you see this huge wall rising right in front of yourself. The architects of 375 Lafayette point to one Astor Place as design inspiration. A member of the CB2 Landmarks Committee at a recent hearing where I was present looked at the cited reference in amazement. But these gorgeous buildings have nothing to do with what's being proposed. Standing here, it's impossible to disagree. You walk on the right, Colonnade Row, on the left, Public Theater, buildings that have defined this corridor for centuries because they had responsibility obligation to the street and the city. Unfortunately, the fall of facing of them has none. You continue south. The Devin Press building comes into full view. Left, powerful red brick facade, robust cornice, carefully articulated base, but something is amiss. The monotonous mass looming behind and above it is beginning to cancel it. So 2 red buildings, one carefully crafted, accented over generations, the other extruded from a single unvaried mold across 227 feet of facade, 19 dull floors of flat glass, fiber reinforced concrete, a back wall of a blank building. A few steps further and you're at Grey Jones Street. On your right, the dwarf Sherman Moon building anchors the corner, the mascarons subdued, the sunny eclecticism gone. To your left is Rauschenberg Foundation. Its red bricks subsumed the sheer bulk next to it. You cross Grey Jones Street, look east, the Firehouse Engine Company, in the midst of the harmonious 5 to 7 story street wall, all visually erased, squeezed out of your reflexive perception, again by repetitive 227 feet of terracotta. Half a block of a historical street, rising 19 floors far above everything around it. The architects of 375 Lafayette have cited every building on this
Thank
block
you. That's 2 minutes. If you could please complete your statement.
to hold them to that standard seriously. Please do that for everybody here and for generations that will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie?
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Culhane. I'm an architectural historian, and I was asked by residents of NoHo to weigh in on this current proposal. The city's final environmental impact statement or study for the SoHo-NoHo rezoning is explicit. New buildings in landmark districts must be reviewed by LPC to ensure that they are appropriate to the, quote, immediate context. 375 Lafayette fails to match its immediate context in several critical ways. First, its bulk, its height. At 195 feet, 219 with mechanicals, it would stand more than 3 times the average height of its neighbors on Great Jones. The design team calls this a transition in scale in NoHo, but their own presentation shows that the taller buildings, the bulkier buildings, are concentrated along Broadway and Astor Place, not on Great Jones. So this isn't a transition, it's really a great incongruity. Designing 2 buildings as a single monochromatic monolith is really inappropriate here. The extensive use of red terracotta and red brick really diminishes the landmark Devini Press building a block north, and it totally subsumes the Rauschenberg Foundation, which is adjacent to the site. The terracotta verticality completely runs against the character defining horizontality of the lofts of the majority of the district. So you have an opportunity to build 2 buildings. You can detail 2 buildings in different materials on this site, and it would fit better within this context. And I want to be clear that housing absolutely should be built on this site. That's not a question, and as much as possible would be great. But as the city's own FEIS affirms, LPC has the authority and the obligation to require a reduction in bulk and a contextual redesign without sacrificing affordable units. LPC's initial rejection of 363 Lafayette, which you cite, which is right across the street, resulted in a much better building, actually. And so a building is going to be built.
Thank you. That's time.
If you would
So
please summarize.
should be more respectful to the context of the site. Thanks.
Thank you. Rob?
I'm Rob Houtenbos and live across from this parking lot for 28 years. I'm here to urge the Commission to reject this application. It makes good sense that this parking lot is being developed. Thoughtful development can benefit the neighborhood, support local businesses, and supply much needed housing. This Commission is here to decide whether the proposed building meets the test of appropriateness. You will hear plenty of reasons why we believe it does not, but I want to focus on what it actually means to live in an historic district. It comes with significant constraints and significant costs. Living in an historic district means accepting that every decision about your own building is subject to review, approval, and compliance. Nothing is simple, nothing is cheap, nothing is entirely yours to decide. Take the facade inspection safety program as just one example. Required every 5 years, it comes with substantial added expense simply because we are in a landmark district. The same is true for a change of color, an intercom, an egress door. Each one requires coming before this Commission with all the time and cost that entails. We do all this because we made a commitment to this district and we honor it. What we did not agree to is a system where those burdens fall entirely on the people who live here, while a developer is allowed to place a 19-story tower in the middle of a neighborhood of 5 to 8 stories buildings. That's not a shared commitment, that's a one-sided arrangement, and it is profoundly unfair. If this Commission approves this building, it will have made its own designation meaningless. An historic district that can't prevent a development this out of context is not an historic district. It's a bureaucratic formality.
Thank you so much. That concludes.
One that costs residents time and money while offering them nothing in return. Hopefully it will not come to that. We trust this Commission to take the matter in hand and uphold what it was charged and authorized to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Irina Weinberg, Emily Smith, and Merdana Sirik.
Hi, I'm Irina Weinberg. I reside on the block on Great John Street between Bowery and Lafayette, and I'm not going to read my speech. I'm just going to speak from my heart. I moved to this neighborhood 15 years ago, and I was attracted to this neighborhood because of its historic nature. I've lived in downtown Manhattan for 35 years, and this block was always very special, as well as Bond Street. And its inclusion in 2008 into a historic district extension made it particularly desirable for me to live there. As previous speaker said, we actually subject ourselves to a lot of constraints, even small changes to the building, even railing on our roof, even head house on the staircase to our roof were subject to a lot of consideration and discussion with this Commission. The building is completely out of scale on Great Jones Street. It's a bulk, and it is absolutely out of context. It does not respect the buildings around it. It pales the beautiful Astor Wines building next to it, but especially on Great Jones Street. Bond Street, the pictures of which were shown previously here on slide 13, demonstrates very harmonious way how contemporary buildings can be weaved into our neighborhood. And several buildings that are built between Bond and Great Jones along Lafayette, also very low buildings that are harmonious with the neighborhood in coloring as well. So I very much invite you to reconsider this project. We completely support, of course, the building to be built on this lot, but it has to be harmonious and it has to be much, much smaller than it currently is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Emily Smith. I'm a resident of Manhattan, and I know you have a lot of speakers signed up, so I'll try to keep this brief. I largely want to echo what the borough president said. I support this proposal as is. I attended the CB2 subcommittee meeting about it. So I've seen the applicant present twice, and I think it works. The scale seems appropriate for this corner. The design seems very carefully considered and contextually appropriate. I mean, the terracotta use, the way the massing steps down, I think it works. I would welcome it as an addition to the streetscape. You know, the city needs housing, and this corner deserves an active building, not a vacant parking lot. If there are conditions to approval, I really hope that they address specific design elements and not bulk reduction. I would really hate to see, you know, revision cycles that delay much needed housing on this parking lot and shrink this building. That would be a sad outcome in my opinion. I urge you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mirvana, or
My name is Mirjana Čirić. I'm a visual artist. I have lived in the neighborhood for 25 years and also for several years maintained a studio there looking onto Great John Street. I wish to tell you what that was like, not as a policy argument, but as a fact about this place. Great John's is not a wide street, yet it feels open. The buildings on it are old and serious, but pleasant in scale. They speak about human labor. In the afternoons, the light comes in at an angle that one does not find easily in the city. It moves slowly across bricks that have been here for many years, across the cornices and window frames that someone carved by hand. Artists do respond to light and material. I do. This neighborhood has been generative for artists for decades, not despite its physical character, but because of it. This is not a neighborhood that just happens to have some artists living in it. Rauschenberg lived and worked on Lafayette Street. His foundation still occupies the site next door. Basquiat, Jacques Close, Warhol, Bryce Marden are well-known ones, but there are many others. I, for example, was working in Jonathan Silver's former studio. I'm not invoking those names to claim reflected glory. I'm saying that artists of that seriousness ended up on these very streets for specific reasons: the scale, the light, the materiality, the quality of attention. The Devine Press building, the Merchant's House, fire station, the brick and the cast iron, and the way Great John Street holds its proportions, these are not backdrops. They're conditions, all that shapes the work. What is proposed at 375 Lafayette would end the traces of all that, not immediately and not completely, but permanently and irreversibly. A 19-story wall of uniform terracotta rising above Great John's does not add to this neighborhood. It takes something from it that cannot be returned. I'm not opposed to this building because I want to preserve anybody's lifestyle. I'm opposed to it because I have spent 25 years watching what this place makes possible in people, in work, in the life lived at human scale. And I know what will be lost. I support new housing in the neighborhood.
Thank you. You're out of time. If we could move on.
Take on labor the next generation to require a design worthy of what is already here. Thank you.
thank you. So the next three speakers are going to be Tina Im, Vasily Strela, and Susan Brindell.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time today. So I've lived in downtown New York for more than 25 years, in the past 16, specifically on Great Jones Street. I was there celebrating when our street was codenamed Jean-Michel Basquiat Way back in October of 25. My son, he loves our block. He says that with the lower buildings, you can feel the sun always beaming on you. So as a resident of New York, I agree, we need more housing desperately. And as a resident of New York, I also agree that preservation rules exist for a reason. These rules are what protects NoHo, SoHo, the villages, you know, just the New York energy, that our cultural heritage and our character. And so to the Landmarks Committee and to the developers and the architects, all we're asking for is just to build housing that truly respects this space and its surroundings. And so for those of you who haven't seen Great Jones in a minute, I invite y'all to come over and check it out, because the slideshow earlier, it didn't really show any buildings on Great Jones. And so you'll see for yourself that Great Jones, it's mostly comprised of 7-story buildings. And then when you're here, just imagine the 375 Lafayette's going to span half of that block, towering almost 3 times over its new neighbors. At 19 stories tall, 227 feet wide, long, it will literally cast a shadow, suck up all the space, and engulf this historic block. I speak of Great Jones so much because even though the presentation, it was through the lens of Lafayette, Broadway, looking west and north,
The bulk of the proposed building is going to be on Great Jones Street. Great Jones is where the main entrance is going to be for the residential units. So let's just be a little bit honest here and recognize that this building will span half of the street. So perhaps specifically with respect to the design, perhaps, you know, it's two buildings. Break it up into two, make it look like two buildings. Just take a look at what Great Jones Street needs, not Lafayette, not Broadway, Great Jones, and design from there.
Hi,
See how
sorry,
this
we're out
new
of time.
building is fitting for this street that it's going to actually be on. Really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vasily?
Thank you. Appreciate the chance to be here. Vasily Strela, I live on Great Jones Street for 15 years. Love the neighborhood. It is always changing. Many buildings were built since we were there, all quite harmonious. And there is a reason why the NoHo is historic district. And I don't think that we can allow it to be destroyed. I do think that the proposed project in the form as it is proposed will destroy the historic nature of the district. And I hope that this can be changed. So I urge the commission to require the change of the proposal and the project.
Thank you. Susan?
Hi, my name's Susan Brindell. I live at 27 Great Jones for 30 years. I'm going to speak to you not about aesthetics or architectural opinion, but I volunteer to read something that has all to do with numbers, which is highly unusual for me. The Commission's own 2008 designation report describes the character of NoHo's historical district extension in plain terms. Buildings of 5 to 8 stories in height and 1 to 3 lots in width. That is the baseline. Everything I'm about to present is a measurement of how far the proposal before you today departs from it. The NoHo Historical District extension contains 56 buildings. Their heights range from 2 to 11 stories. 1-story structures have been excluded in case they are temporary. The mean height is 5.7 stories. The median is 5 stories, meaning half of the buildings in this district are 5 stories or shorter. Only 4 buildings reach 10 to 11 stories. Not one building in this district before or after designation has ever reached 12 stories. That last point requires no statistics. It is a plain fact. The proposed building at 375 Lafayette Street is 19 stories high without mechanicals. It would be by a wide margin the tallest structure ever built in this district's entire history. The statistical analysis adds a further dimension. The distribution of height across the district is 56 buildings. This district's 56 buildings defines what this district is. It establishes character, expresses numerically. The proposed building sits 6.3 standard deviations above the mean of that distribution. That is roughly 1 in a billion. This is not a building at the edge of the district's character. It represents a categorical rupture with it. I then applied a very conservative test, including the proposed massive building itself and the sample, which inflates the standard deviation in the developer's favor by allowing one extreme value to widen the spread. Even at that basis, 375 sits at the 99.9999 percentile of the resulting distribution.
Oops, we're past time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers are going to be Ellen Fanning, Rachel Morrow, and Trish Goff.
Ellen Fanning had to leave, so if it's okay, I'm going to start. So I'm Rachel Morrow. I'm speaking on behalf of 40 Great Jones Corp., which is a 7-story landmark building immediately adjacent to the proposal. I want to focus on 3 specific impacts directly caused by the proposed 19-story height and the overall massing of such a huge building: chimney exhaust compliance, winter snowdrift conditions, and foundation issues. My question is whether this building at this scale creates unnecessary risks to adjacent historic structures. A taller and heavier building requires deeper excavation, more aggressive foundation systems, and more intensive underpinning. My building, like many in this district, is a 19th century masonry structure likely supported by a shallow foundations and unreinforced brick-bearing walls. These buildings were not designed to withstand prolonged vibration from a caisson drilling or a secant pile installation. The greater bulk you approve, the greater the excavation required. The greater the excavation, the greater the risk to the adjacent historic fabric. Monitoring under DOB's TPPN 1088 is not prevention. It detects movement after it begins. If a reduction in massing eliminates or mitigates these impacts, that is directly relevant to appropriateness review. In addition, our boiler exhaust currently complies with New York City Mechanical Code. Once a 19-story wall rises directly to our west, that adjacent height will likely create downdraft and recirculation conditions that render our existing exhaust termination non-compliant. The probable solution would be extending our chimney significantly above our roofline to reestablish required clearance and safe dispersion. Any such extension would be fully visible from the public way and would require landmarks approval. That means the proposed building's height would directly force a visible alteration to a contributing landmark structure. Second, the extreme height differential between a 7-story building and a 19-story wall at the party line will materially alter wind patterns. In winter conditions, that type of vertical adjacency typically creates snowdrift accumulation.
I'm so sorry, you're
along
past
the
your
low
limit.
roof. I'm just asking the commission to require study and mitigation of these impacts before approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Trish?
Hi, my name is Trish Goff, and I'm a resident of the neighborhood. I didn't prepare anything because I just think everyone has also just sort of mimicked what I was going to say, and they've made all the valid points, which is the scale is too large. It's half the block. It's 2 to 3 times the height of every building, and it completely changes the integrity of our historic neighborhood. I get it. I agree that there should be housing on that lot, but this just doesn't work. And I think it's just that plain and simple, and I think it doesn't work for all the reasons that everyone here has said. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our final 3 speakers that have signed up are Jeffrey Weinstein, Patrick Tomasiewicz, and Cindy and Dan Schwartz.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Weinstein. I think I've lived in the neighborhood for 40 years, 20 on Great Jones and now on 4th Street. We're here today because this is the Landmarks Committee, and the issue is not about housing, but about preserving the neighborhood. And people have said there are the Great Jones, that block on Great Jones Street, with one exception, most of the buildings are between 5 and 7 or 8 stories. There are 5 buildings that are 3 stories or less. There are many historic buildings in our neighborhood. When we open up the neighborhood to a larger building, that is the entree to more larger buildings. And we have the character of our neighborhood. And the reason why we went through the process of landmarking the NoHo, which I was a part of back in 1999, was we wanted to preserve the neighborhood. We that live in the neighborhood should have a voice, and that voice should be heard, that we like the neighborhood the way it is. That's why we're there. And it's unique for the city and for the country that we have a neighborhood with so many wonderful historic buildings like the Davini building, the Schimmerhorn building, the museum, the fire station is one of the most beautiful buildings. When I was living there, people would come by almost every day and stare up at that building. And every time you show the slide that shows this humongous building and our little firehouse, that's a historic building in and of itself, it dwarfs it, it diminishes it, it hides it, it changes the whole neighborhood, the whole street, and the whole city, because this neighborhood is a jewel, and your job is to preserve that jewel for all of us. That's why we're here. That's why we're not, this isn't about.
I'm so sorry, you're past your limit.
About housing for affordable housing. This is your job to protect the character of the neighborhood, the historic character. Please do your job and listen to us who live in the neighborhood, who.
Okay, we do need to move on to the next speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Patrick? And now we have Cindy and Dan Schwartz.
Hi, thank you. My name is Cindy Schwartz, and I, my husband, and 2 teenage daughters are residents of 43 Great Jones Street. We love the neighborhood, and we object to the current proposed development at 375 Lafayette Street. Although the project carries a Lafayette Street address, the entrance to the complex would be on Great Jones Street, meaning its impact will be felt most directly on our block. The proposed structure is dramatically out of scale with its surrounding and presents a large, monotonous facade that does not reflect the varied historic architecture that defines this neighborhood. The SoHo-NoHo rezoning was intended to allow development while also protecting the historic character of the district, and this proposal does not achieve that balance. We support Village Preservation's recommendation that the project be scaled back and the design rethought to incorporate greater variety, texture, and rhythm so that it better fits its historic context. We support building more housing in New York City and recognize the urgency of doing so. Our neighborhood should be part of that solution, but not in a way that undermines the character that makes it special. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in this room who would like to speak on this item? Okay, just state your name.
My name is Robert Sakota, and I'm a resident of Lower Manhattan, and I'm here to speak in favor of 375 Lafayette project. I love living in Lower Manhattan. There's a lot to do, there's a lot to see. And if you need to go someplace else, there's plenty of public transit to get there. I think we're all very fortunate to live there, and I think we should share that good fortune by allowing new development that allows new housing and new people to move into that neighborhood. Now, I understand that there's a balance between new housing and preservation to make sure that the neighborhood stays within character and stays the great place it is to live. Those who have opposed the new housing of the project have stated that there are aesthetic issues, fit issues, and size issues. On the aesthetic and fit issues, I think it's a very handsome building. I think it fits in, but I certainly understand that's a subjective standard and that people can differ. And if the commission had changes to that that didn't deter or unduly delay the project, that's certainly understandable. But those who have objected to the size, that I'm opposed to, because making the project smaller means less housing. Now, we've heard a lot in this debate about history, and I guess I would say we're in a housing crisis in New York City. There's not enough place to live for the people who are here and those who want to live here. Those people who are arguing for less housing in a housing crisis, in my view, are on the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. If there isn't anyone else in this room who would like to speak, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Thompson to see if we have any remote testimony. Oh, I'm sorry. Just please go to the podium and state your name.
I've lived on Great Jones for,
I'm sorry, can you please state your name?
I beg your pardon?
Can you please state your name?
Oh, I'm Vera Wells. I'm from 55, and I've lived at 55 for almost 40 years. So I've seen a lot of changes. And I think the neighborhood is really a great neighborhood. We have great people, generous people. And I think we live well with people from everywhere. What we don't want is a building that size. And I don't want to feel guilty because this gentleman says that there'll be less housing. We're not in favor of eliminating the housing. All for it, but less, and put that pressure on other neighborhoods. We're giving it, but we don't want the huge building. That's what we don't want. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and turn it over to Stephen Thompson for remote testimony.
Thank you. Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. After you are announced, you'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. We do have a lot of remaining speakers, and so we will try to adhere to that time limit as much as possible to ensure a fair public process to all of those who wish to speak tonight. We'll be calling out each of the speakers 3 at a time, and they'll then be promoted to panelists, and we ask you to unmute yourself when your name is called. The first 3 speakers in order will be Chenault Spence, Robert Tiborzi, and Jack L. Lester. Chenault Spence, you may unmute yourself. All right, we'll be moving to the next speaker, Jack L. Lester.
Let me see. Good afternoon, commissioners. I just want to verify that I'm on remote. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Jack Lester. I represent various co-ops and condominiums, 40 Great Jones condominium, 27 Great Jones Street condominium, 43 Great Jones Street, and 28 East 4th Street Housing Corporation, and the Historic NoHo Alliance. I submitted extensive legal testimony on March 5th, 2026. So I would just like to follow up today with testimony. My written submission points out that the state environmental quality review process set the parameters for what the historic district should contemplate. 80% of the special NoHo mixed-use district is within the designated historic districts. Therefore, the final environmental impact statement for the district set forth that new buildings that are allowed within the historic district must be determined in a manner appropriate to the historic character of the landmark district and the immediate historical and architectural context of the district. Nothing envisioned can be produced that is out of character within the historic district. There are 2 separate chapters within the final environmental impact statement that are devoted to the contextual, architectural, and historical content of the district. That is Chapter 7 of the final environmental impact statement, which sets the parameters for what's required, and the executive summary of the final environmental impact statement creates a mandate that the Landmarks Preservation Commission must take into account the contextual integrity of the district. So this
I'm
is
so sorry, that concludes your available time. I will note for the record that the documents that were sent in advance of the hearing were shared with the commissioners for their review. Our next speaker will be Chenault Spence. Chenault, we ask you again to unmute yourself if you wish to speak, otherwise we will be moving to the next speaker.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, I'm Chenault Spence, Chair of Community Board 2, Landmarks Committee. You have before you the detailed resolution, including many of the concerns that you have raised. The proposed building is too big. It is not harmonious with the nearby buildings, which were shown as inspiration. Instead, it is a variation on the design from the same firm for the Disney building in Hudson Square, quite a different sort of district. It has the same distinctive vertical elements, even more pronounced, thus enhancing its height with no detailing or meaningful horizontal elements to mitigate the height. From the convoluted discussions at the committee meeting, the two-building matter was determined to be simply to pay a lower wage to the builder. As previously discussed, the lot line windows are out of keeping when all four facades are considerably exposed and none of the facades appears as the back of a building, but rather in the manner of a tower building. The building makes scant effort to relate to the historic row of the cast of the Great Jones Street. Indeed, it overwhelms it and the walls, the historic row houses away from the neighborhood and the historic buildings on Lafayette Street. We would call for a very considerable modification to the east and south facade, making an appropriate transition leading toward the small historic buildings along Great Jones Street, one of which is the fire station, an individual landmark. The building is in the midst of a significant historic buildings in the midst of a historic designated district. It must be made to be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next three speakers will be Jack Connors, Jeremy Woodhoff, and Grace O'Meara. Jack Connors, you may begin.
Hi, good evening, commissioners, members of the public, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Jack Connors. I'm the city legislative manager at Open New York. And I wanted to testify in support of this project. I think that when we talk about the reason that artists aren't moving to this neighborhood anymore, it's not because sightlines are under threat or facades are too repetitive or incohesive. It's because at the time when they did, it was very affordable, and now it is incredibly expensive because I think, as everybody can agree, this is a great area. It's transit rich, it's near great parks, great restaurants. Everyone wants to live in this area. The problem is that there's not enough housing to support the demand. And as a result of that, it is incredibly expensive. It's why I don't live there. It's why many other people don't live there. So I think when we talk, we can always talk about small aesthetic changes, but to draw down the size of this building as using that as a justification, I think is a disservice to our city. It's a disservice to the hundreds of thousands of people who are sleeping in shelters in New York City tonight. And it's a disservice to the untold number of people who would love to move to the city, but don't, because it has for decades now been in the midst of a housing crisis. So I would really encourage you to factor that in. This is an as-of-right building. So any aesthetic change that draws down the number of housing units is just not acceptable, particularly given the historic nature of the housing crisis we're in. So with that, I'll yield back. Thank you very much for the opportunity again.
Jeremy Woodhoff.
I'm Jeremy Woodhoff, speaking for the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society, New York objects to the size of the proposed new buildings. They are not appropriate in height or massing to the character of the NoHo Historic District. The applicants went to great lengths to describe in words why these buildings are contextual and appropriate in scale to the district, yet practically every image they showed put the lie to that point of view. It's important to remember that the allowable zoning envelope is irrelevant to historic and architectural appropriateness as defined in the landmarks law. We appreciate how the facade design and materiality references historic neighboring buildings such as 670 Broadway and 399 Lafayette. The proposal does, however, reduce these references to a monotonous detailing, which seems to extend forever down the block. That and the massive scale of the proposed buildings detracts from the efforts to establish a sense of cohesion with existing buildings. The existing historic buildings that are larger have, of course, the great richness of detail, materiality, and articulation that makes them historic, and that's why they're designated, and why they are appropriate and fitting to the context of the historic district. This building includes none of those kinds of features. The proposal would greatly disrupt the character of the neighborhood. These buildings would overwhelm the nearby early 19th century commercial buildings and federal-style row houses, which are significantly smaller in scale. The height of these new buildings needs to be decreased and the articulation of the facade increased to break down its scale. That would help it fit the context of the existing historic district. Thank you.
Grace O'Meara.
Hi, thank you for joining us here today. I just want to say that I support this project. I'm a creative person. I design sweaters, and I've lived in this neighborhood twice, first in 2013 and then 2023. And both times I've been priced out. I couldn't afford to live here, but I still love to come back and support all the local businesses I came to know as a resident. I love this proposed building. I think it fits the neighborhood really well. I think the terracotta is a nod to historic materials. It reminds me of Louis Sullivan's use of terracotta on some of the first skyscrapers. He famously said, "Form follows function." And I think this building applies to that. Now that I can't live in this district, I live in downtown Brooklyn near a lot of new buildings, and it is annoying to have a construction near you, but I don't mind it because I think we need more housing in this neighborhood. I find that the plate glass windows on new buildings reflect sunlight in a really interesting way. And as the seasons change, I love observing how the light changes and fills my apartment with light. And I think you guys might too. Many of you opposing this project have accents, which suggests to me that you were not born here. I also wasn't. I have a Wisconsin accent. But a lot of you were able to come here and make a life here and make your mark on New York City. Many of you benefited from policies like loft law and rent stabilization, and these changes that were made to accommodate you have now been preserved in the neighborhood. Young people want what you have. We want to live in a central dynamic part of Manhattan that is close to jobs and easy to get to. We want to make our mark on New York City the same way you got to. And that includes the architects that designed this building. They deserve to make their mark on New York City. Public policy has benefited the existing tenants or existing residents of this neighborhood, and public policy should now benefit the people that want to live here. New York City is continually expensive, and it shouldn't just be a museum. I encourage you to approve this building and get it built, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. The next three speakers will be Giorgio Bovenzi, Dan Miller, and Peter Davies.
Good afternoon. I'm Giorgio Bovenzi, a resident of East 4th Street on the block just north of the proposed development, where I've lived and worked for decades. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I join my NoHo fellow residents and urge you to reject the current 19-story massing as inappropriate to the historic district context, consistent with the FEIS explicit reliance on this commission. The environmental review framework for the 2021 rezoning relied on the assumption that the LPC would serve as a meaningful check on out-of-scale development within the historic district. Approving this type of building on this block would effectively nullify the mitigation mechanism that justified the rezoning approval in the first place. This isn't preservationism for its own sake. It's asking the city to honor the terms under which it authorized increased density. The LPC denying this application is not anti-housing. It is the LPC doing the job the FEIS said it would do. But there is more. If the LPC were to rubber stamp an out-of-scale project, it would also undermine public trust in future rezonings. The long-term costs to housing production from eroding that trust is far greater than the cost of requiring one developer to redesign one building. Housing on this site is welcome, and a shorter contextual building, possibly with an increased number of affordable units, will likely receive community support. However, housing on this site and this specific building are not the same thing. The real question here is whether a 220-foot building, including mechanicals, is the only way to deliver housing here, or whether a shorter context-sensitive building could do so as well. I will also note that the wage avoidance scheme accomplished by the two-building structure is a factor that cuts against deference to the developer's claim that this height is necessary for economic viability. In conclusion, approving a building 3 times the height of its neighbors on the very first major test of the historic district extension would gut the designation's purpose. Thank you.
Dan Miller.
Hi. So the task before the committee today is to consider whether this proposal fits in the context of the NoHo historical district. And I would argue that it does. Let's take a look back at that context. New York during the late 19th century was a city careening headlong into the future. The population of Manhattan was exploding, growing 247% between 1870 and 1910. The city was a hub for new technologies, steam-powered manufacturing, cast iron buildings that defined the streetscape of Soho and NoHo, and the safety elevator, which was first installed barely a mile away. This was a place where the world was changing, crackling with energy, where anything could happen. It's the epicenter of move fast and break things. And that's the historic context that this district was established to honor. Smash cut to 140 years later, Manhattan's population is stagnant. We're spending months debating whether the terracotta is the right shade, talking about massing and cornices. As we dither, this site is sitting around as a parking lot. And if you vote to alter the design and send it back, or God forbid, make it shorter, then that will mean even months more of delay. The people who built Soho NoHo would be baffled by the lethargy that our city is displaying in the face of this housing crisis. Honor the historic context of Soho and NoHo. Let people build and get out of the way. Thank you.
Peter Davies.
Hi, yeah, my name is Pete Davies, and I want to thank all commissioners for your good time and focus today. I'm a longtime Soho resident, and I live a few blocks away from this location at 375 Lafayette in NoHo. I've been deeply involved over many years in ongoing efforts to preserve our unique downtown historic neighborhoods that are under the protection of the LPC. A few years back, I served on the Soho-NoHo Rezoning Advisory Group as a residential representative. This site at 375 Lafayette was a topic of much concern during those discussions, mainly because of its high visibility and its central location in NoHo. For many reasons, I oppose what is now presented. I urge the commissioners to follow the good guidance contained within the resolution from Manhattan CB2, and I also urge you to listen to the smart testimony presented today from folks who live in NoHo. Additional points outlining my opposition are attached. A few key points. Note that the developer's presentation includes no information about the excavation of this site for the two-building development. What is the depth of that excavation? Not stated. How will that big dig-out impact the historic structures of the Robert Rauschenberg Foundation at 381 Lafayette, which abuts this development site along the northern property line? And what about the impact on the historic buildings that the new structures will back up to on the south side of East 4th Street and next door at 40 Great Jones Street? How will those old landmark buildings be protected? There's no information for any of that in this presentation. Additionally, the developer's presentation makes no mention of the documented pollutants existing on the site, and that leads to another consideration due to the former industrial uses at this location. This site has been entered into the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation Brownfield Cleanup Program, as noted in documentation. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I urge you to send this group back to the drawing board. We can come up with a better plan that provides housing and protects our precious historic districts. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Robert Becker, Samir Lavinia, and Carlo Albarici.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Robert Becker. I've lived in the East Village, Soho, and NoHo neighborhoods for almost 50 years, and I don't have an accent. I strongly oppose the mega building structure for 375 Lafayette as proposed. The NoHo Historical District extension is comprised of predominantly 5 to 8 story buildings, with those above 8 to 10 stories being rare. The building being proposed is 19 stories plus, essentially a skyscraper, or twice to three times the historic upper range. Most crucially, this building will physically overwhelm Great Jones Street, which has no buildings anywhere near this scale. The proposer mentions they looked, quote, through the lens of Lafayette Street, end quote. And much of their proposal refers to buildings on Lafayette and Broadway. They show new buildings on Bond Street, but none of those are taller than 6 to 8 stories. Despite its address on Lafayette Street, the bulk and the entrance of the building is on Great Jones Street and consumes half the block. I would ask you to look at the proposed mega design in the context of Great Jones Street, not the Lafayette corridor, and what it will do to Great Jones Street and the spirit of the historical district. On this block of Great Jones, note the stunning Engine Company 33 is approximately 5 to 6 stories. The former horse stables are 4 stories. The former home of the late Jean-Michel Basquiat, for whom this block is now named, is 2 stories, while the remainder of the block is populated with 6 to 8 story buildings with a variety of ornamentation and facade treatments, creating an elegant cityscape, streetscape, rhythm unique to the side streets of NoHo. I'd like it noted that I'm a strong supporter of affordable housing in New York City. I do not object to this from a NIMBY position. However, 70% of the housing in this project will be super luxury. The 25% affordable housing they plan to include at 60% of AMI still makes it too expensive for most NYC renters. So the public good it serves is limited. With thoughtfulness, rigor, and creativity,
Thank you. We need to move to our next
the
speaker.
city's low-cost housing.
Samir Lavinia.
Hi, my name is Samir Lavingia. I'm a former resident of the neighborhood, but I was priced out a few years ago. What I've heard on this call so far is that we all support housing, but not here. We support housing, but not now. And if not here and not now, then when? This lot is a parking lot. Every time I walk by it, I'm amazed that it even exists, that we have such a blight on the community, that we have a literal parking structure that is there to house cars instead of housing people. I fully support this development. I think it's much needed and critical. And I think the excuses being proposed are frankly not reasonable. I think you can have a building that is taller than the other buildings and still be contextual. I think you can have a building that looks a little bit different and still contribute to the character of the neighborhood. I'm on my community board, Manhattan Community Board 5, and we have the Ladies Mile Historic District. And you look at some of the buildings that LPC has approved, and on their face, they might not look just like the building next to it, but they contribute in a unique and important way. And I think this building will do the same. The idea that we need to wait for other buildings to come in that are a little bit taller tomorrow, and then maybe a few stories taller the day after that. And, maybe in a decade or two, we'll have a neighborhood of 15-story buildings, and then we can allow a 19-story building, to me, is absurd. There's no reason that we should wait that long. The reason that we don't have any of those buildings is because of the zoning that was restricted for so long. And now that we're able to build these buildings that should have been there the whole time, we should make sure that we do it. So thank you for listening to me and having this meeting.
Carlo Alberici.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlo Alberici. I've been a resident of the NoHo community for over 15 years. I'm against the current proposed development. The historic area is clearly defined by a consistent 4 to 8 story character. No existing building in the immediate vicinity exceeds 11 stories. At 19 stories and 195 feet, this proposal is nearly double the height of the district's upper range and dwarfs all nearby individual landmarks. The design is not fooling anyone. The architect's presenter earlier just said the quiet part out loud. She said, "There's an enormous difference between the height of this building and the height of its neighbors." And that was the architect speaking. Therefore, it's obvious to everyone that this is as inappropriate and out of place as seeing the Titanic docked in Venice Harbor. Approving a 19-story building here sets a dangerous precedent, An 8 to 10 story contextual building can achieve the same housing goals without compromising the integrity of NoHo Historic District. Thank you for upholding your duty to the Historic District and for giving me this chance to speak.
The next three speakers are Daniel Marcus, Sky Galatly, and Asher Lasde.
Hello, my name is Daniel Marcus. I live in Greenwich Village by Washington Square Park. I walk by this parking lot all the time, and I've always been stunned by the $1,000 a month charge for parking your car in the parking lot. And I think it is symbolic of the cost of the neighborhood overall. This is a very, very wealthy neighborhood. I think I've read sometimes that it might be some of the wealthiest neighborhoods in New York or in the world. And I think that the people who are arguing for reducing the size of the building based on some agreement that a bunch of very wealthy people cemented in is based on the notion that, just like Samir said, yes, we support affordable housing, just not here, just not now, just not with a building that would actually have 50 units of affordable housing. So I understand that the Landmark Commission can and should do things to help ensure that the building has many of the elements that we want to see in a building we're proud of over many decades. But please do not use your power to stop us from being able to address a fundamental problem in our city. We have got to give developers the right to build buildings that will support 25%, which is more than 0%, and more than the $1,000 a month cost for the car. Please let this building go through and give the people who are designing the building some good ideas to make it better. That's all I have to say on this. Thank you very much.
Next is Sky Galatly.
Hi, thank you for everyone for providing a forum for dialogue around this matter, and it's very appreciated. In the room today, you have best-in-class architects, developers, builders, construction union members, preservationists, and community leaders all here together to find a positive path forward. I do, however, as an adamant supporter of affordable housing, I respectfully reject the design proposal of 375 Lafayette in its current form. I'm a 20-plus year resident of NoHo, SoHo in the East Village. Moving to this neighborhood was a dream of mine growing up in upstate New York. With this development, we have a generational opportunity to do something meaningful for, most importantly, the next generation and generations to come, to create new precedent. We have the opportunity to build something to both add to the creative community, to affordable housing, and to preserve the historic typology of NoHo. So why not do all? This is one of the last available open spaces for building for the future of NoHo. Preservation can mean the protection and upholding of standards. It can also be a proactive and protective guard for culture vanishing points. One of these vanishing points now lands firmly today on Great Jones Street, also very proudly Jean-Michel Basquiat Way and Lafayette. What do we want to preserve? What do we think should be built? How can we preserve the architectural integrity of NoHo while keeping the dream of NoHo being a place where creativity survives? Architecture is about building, yes. It is also about having a sensitivity for space, what to put somewhere and why. Sensitivity around space means two things. Sensitivity for dimension and aesthetics, space being a void that can be filled. And then there's sensitivity for space in terms of preservation of a community, the concept of placemaking, of community as a space. With this in mind, in short, I currently feel that the current design of this building is insensitive to historic NoHo, but I have full confidence in the ability for it to be harmoniously remedied by the best-in-class minds who were stewarded with its design and development. The aesthetics and massing or bulk of the building do not appropriately match the cultural character and integrity of NoHo. What can we do to create something more spatially and aesthetically
Thank you. We need to move to the next speaker. I apologize. The next speaker is Asher Lasde.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I just first want to thank the Commission for, again, offering the chance to have a really lively discussion. My name is Asher. I'm a doctoral student at NYU, so I have a close connection to the neighborhood. I live in, was born in, and grew up in New York City. I say that because the community board suggested in their statement on this development that no one who spoke in favor of the development had any connection to the district. I'm telling you firsthand that's incorrect. I spoke at the CB meeting, and I'm happy to be able to do so again. I would love to live in the district, but I'm not able to. It's a great district, it's beautiful, but it's also incredibly expensive. I think this development will be a great addition. Not only will it provide new housing, it's beautiful. The terracotta aligns super well with the existing district. I hear the criticism that people have about the size, but let's be clear, a smaller building means fewer people living there, fewer affordable units, fewer market rate units, fewer neighbors. It means denying people the ability to live in the neighborhood and to contribute to the important culture in favor of minor aesthetic concerns. More time spent in planning, similarly, ultimately, is housing delayed, and housing delayed is housing denied. It continues to exacerbate the housing crisis, makes the city more unaffordable, and contributes to the neighborhood losing the artistic culture it had. The previous speaker referenced the next generation. I'm 26, and my impression is that many of those speaking in favor are of a similar age. The next generation, that is. What the next generation wants is the ability to live near where they work, near where their friends are. Not to live with their parents because they can't afford rent, not to live with roommates in some cramped apartment, and definitely not to leave New York altogether because we simply can't make it work. We need new housing in this neighborhood. This development looks awesome. It currently replaces parked cars in what is supposed to be temporary car parking. That's not historic at all. This is a huge improvement, and we're going to get a lot of important new housing out of it. I'm strongly in favor.
The next three speakers will be Mike McGinnis, Sam Deutsch, and Michelle Arbulo.
Hi, my name is Mike McGinnis. I live directly across the street from the proposed building. I understand it shouldn't be a parking lot. I understand it should be a building. We're all in alignment here. My counter is that it should not be a massive 19-story monstrosity that looks like a maroon cruise ship and blocks all the sun in the neighborhood and looks completely out of place. This is a Landmark Preservation Commission hearing. That implies the topic of this meeting is preserving the landmark historic integrity of this neighborhood. This is not an Affordable Housing Commission meeting. New York needs new housing, I agree, but the onus is on the developers and architects to figure out how to add said housing within the Landmark Commission's confines. I support housing and I support housing now, but I don't support ruining one of the best blocks in the city with this monstrosity proposed to be here. When I look at the well put together plan, and candidly, I'm fine with the terracotta. I think the building looks fine. Every single point of view and every single angle in which they show the building, it hulks over the entire neighborhood and is ugly and makes no sense for this neighborhood. I moved to this block for a reason. I wished I could live here when I was 26 years old. I couldn't afford it. I can now that I'm in my mid 40s. And I chose this block for a reason because of the history and because of the historic look. The job of this commission and the job of this hearing is to preserve the integrity of the neighborhood. I hope they get just as many units as everyone wants there in order to fill the building with affordable housing. Put that on the developers. Make them figure out how to do it within the 7 or 8 stories that the buildings in this district should be allocated. At the end of the day, we all need more housing. We're New Yorkers. We want it to be here, but I just ask that it not be that big. And the main point to me is this is not a Lafayette building despite the address. This is a Great Jones building, and it literally takes half of the entire block and ruins the integrity of the whole thing. Like, this is Basquiat, Warhol, all the history of this one tiny block. It shouldn't have what looks like a prison built across the street. Make it smaller.
Thank you. That's your time limit. The next speaker is Sam Deutsch.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I live in Lower Manhattan. I love visiting NoHo. Unlike the past speaker, I am unfortunately not wealthy enough to buy a home in this neighborhood. I wish I was. It's a fantastic neighborhood. But that's exactly why I think it's important to build more housing in the neighborhood, particularly this building. I'm always amazed by the opposition to this. It actually reminds me of a classic scene in The Simpsons where a character in the show has a ton of groceries and they tell the person packing the groceries that put all of my groceries in one bag, but I don't want the bag to be heavy. It's obviously a paradox, but I think it just goes to the fact that we need to acknowledge that trade-offs are real. It's impossible to build a building that is shorter, more affordable, and has less shadows and has more housing. Like the trade-offs exist, and like the past speaker calling for a 7 to 8 story building, that is going to have much less housing because that is basic geometry. This isn't radical stuff. And so I'm speaking today in favor of this building and to express my frustration with this broader process. The fact that this is currently a parking lot is frankly absurd. And I think that if this parking lot is not allowed to be turned into housing, it will discredit the entire LPC's reason to exist, because nobody can argue that a parking lot is what should be here. And if we make the perfect the enemy of the good, the direct impact of that is that the parking lot will be here for longer. It will delay the housing, and the housing might not ever get built. The developer might walk away. The pro forma might not work. So I think it's really common sense. We need more housing. That's why this neighborhood was upzoned. It makes sense to build it. Thank you for your time.
Michelle Arbulo.
Hello, I am Michelle Arblou, speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed development dramatically out of scale with its surroundings. The overall bulk and height of the project are excessive for this location, and the proposal fails to respond appropriately to the immediate context, which includes several significantly smaller historic buildings, such as the Ernest Flagg-designed Engine Company 33, and a distinguished building designed by Henry Hardenberg nearby. As currently designed, the building overwhelms these neighborhoods and disrupts the established scale of Lafayette Street. A reduction in height, particularly along Great Jones Street, and a massing strategy that steps the building down as it moves east would better reflect the lower scale character of the surrounding block. We believe this project could also be improved through a more contextual massing and facade strategy. The first setback should occur at a height that reflects directly to the adjacent buildings on either side, allowing the street wall to align more clearly with its neighbors, and the overall height should be reduced to better correspond with the scale of a newer building across the street. The facade design also appears overly repetitive, with long stretches of nearly identical window bays and little variation in material or depth. Introducing clearer visual breaks and a stronger cornice would help reduce the building's perceived scale, while the highly visible rear facade should receive greater architectural attention to avoid a monolithic or institutional appearance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are the username Bruce at sabadthedog.org, Shashank Shamshabad, and Harrison Cole. Okay, we don't have Bruce accepting, so let's move forward with Farzad.
Hello, members of the board. I've sat here tonight listening to words like constraints and landmark preservations, and I got to tell you, it's remarkable how easily the prejudice of these people disguises itself as civic virtue. We're told it's about preserving the character and the beauty of the neighborhood, but let's be honest here. This is not about beauty or the character. It's about the comfort of these privileged few. It's not their principles. It's the preferences of these privileged few. It's not the public good, but the hatred and the wishes of these already fortunate, so that they can be spared of outsiders like me who have different preferences. God forbid they have to live with peasants who have inferior tastes than they do, like me. Listen, whenever these people want to include others, they rarely say it plainly. They do not say, oh, we have ours and we don't want to make room. They reach for a lot of prettier words, a lot of prettier language. They talk about fit and belong and appropriate. The vocabulary changes, but listen, I'm an immigrant. I moved to Kentucky after 2001. The instinct does not, and it's the same stuff I grew up with listening to in Kentucky. The city is not a museum piece for these privileged few. It is living, it must grow, it must adapt, it must make room for people, including peasants who have different tastes and have less money than these people. I know it's very scary, but let's just be honest. It is a trade-off. On one side is the dignity and inclusion of human beings like myself. of enhancing the feel and the culture of a neighborhood by allowing diversity of different people, different ways of being. On the other hand, is the disturbance of these people who don't want outsiders, who have disgusting tastes that don't match theirs. Listen, what is called appropriateness by these people is just a polite synonym for exclusion. The question is not whether this proposal flatters the taste of these elite. The question is, do we intend to preserve the neighborhood for the good of the city, for the good of the people, as it was
Hi,
intended?
that's 2 minutes.
Or do we
Our
bow?
next speaker will be Bruce.
Hello, my name is Bruce Williams. I live on Bond Street. I've lived here about 40 years. I just wanted to say that in regards to the design of this building, I feel the bulking is exaggerated by the unbroken verticality and would benefit a lot from much stronger cornicing. Overall, I do think it's way too big, and probably the proportion of unaffordable housing and affordable housing could be changed, but I know that's not the provenance of the LPC. I do think one improvement to the design would be in the decoration of the cornices. Right now, they have it displayed as some sliced tubing, which looks really cheap and a shortcut to actual good design. It would benefit from more color variation and stronger horizontal design work. I think it also would help not to have a poor door and a rich door, which is what the two building solution provides. And I think it's totally inappropriate size-wise. So thank you for your time.
Next is Shashank Shamshabad.
Yeah. Can you hear me real quick?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shashank Shamshabad. I'm a policy fellow with the New York Building Congress. I'm speaking in support of the development at 375 Lafayette Street. The New York Building Congress represents more than 500 organizations and over 250,000 skilled professionals and tradespeople who build and maintain New York City. We support this project because it delivers exactly what NoHo and Manhattan need right now. Real housing, permanently affordable homes in a transit-rich neighborhood as well. 375 Lafayette will add more than 200 new apartments, including around 60 permanently affordable homes on a site that has been underused for decades as a parking lot. This project adds affordability where none currently exists in a neighborhood where rents have become out of reach for too many New Yorkers. And I say this also personally having lived in the neighborhood several years ago. This project also delivers on the promise of the SoHo and NoHo rezoning. The rezoning was designed to allow housing, especially affordable housing, near jobs and transit. And this is one of the first projects to make that promise real. Just steps away from 5 subway lines, this is exactly the right place to add housing. Building near transit reduces pressure on other neighborhoods, supports sustainability goals, and helps keep the city accessible to workers, seniors, and families who want to stay close to this opportunity. We respectfully urge the committee to support this project and work with the development team to help deliver much needed housing, including permanent affordability for NoHo and for the city altogether. Thank you guys so much.
Harrison Cole.
Hello, my name is Harrison Cole. I'm a resident of nearby East Village, and I pass by this corner every week since I've moved here to New York, and I strongly support building new housing on this site. I've looked through the schematics, listened to the presentation, and I believe that it fits well within the character of the neighborhood. Many buildings of similar height are nearby, and I find the complaints about light or nearby buildings to be nitpicky at best. I believe that the most important thing that we can do to protect the neighborhood of the character is to allow the people who make up said character to inhabit this space. And for every reduction in floor of this building, if it gets reset to 12 floors, 15, 9, think of the residents that you'll never get to meet. We love to throw around names like Andy Warhol throughout this hearing, and think of the artists that will not be able to live here with only 45 affordable housings under said new mandate. I believe that it's a beautiful building, and that's just my belief, but ultimately aesthetics are subjective, and by all objective measures, it fits within the character of the neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time today, and please vote yes to approve this building.
All right, seeing no other raised hands, that concludes public testimony. I'll note for the record that New York State Assembly Member Deborah Glick sent a letter to LPC recommending denial. Councilmember Epstein recommends denial. New York State Association for Affordable Housing recommends approval. LPC received a joint letter from New York Building Congress, Open New York, and Construction and General Building Laborers Local 79 recommending approval. The New York Landmarks Conservancy is supportive of a new building, but cites concerns about scale and repetitive design. LPC received a letter from the Association for a Better New York recommending approval. Village Preservation shared a campaign featuring 308 individual participants recommending denial. Historic NoHo Alliance recommends denial. 40 Great Jones Corporation recommends denial. LESP, the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative, recommends denial. LPC also received letters from 7 individuals recommending approval and 22 individuals recommending denial. That was after. All right, Cecilia, let's go.
Good evening. Thanks for joining me in at the last second there. My name is Cecilia McGinnis. I live on Great Jones, and I've spent the last 13 years living or working in NoHo. I want to express my opposition to the proposal for 375 Lafayette Street. New York is not a stagnant city. I appreciate that change is part of its history and will be part of its future. I know that we all appreciate that every neighborhood has its own history, culture, and identity. NoHo is certainly one of those neighborhoods I appreciate. When I step outside of my building, I first see sunlight and large swaths of blue skies. Every day, I see visitors from all over the world with their cameras out, admiring the same crown jewels of this street that make so many of us want to live here, such as the historical firehouse, Basquiat's former studio, the old carriage houses, and steps away, the cobblestones of Bond Street. My point is, this neighborhood is special, and that's immediately obvious. The images and renderings presented earlier broke my heart. As currently designed, the building is inarguably out of scale and out of character with the NoHo Historic District extension. I'm repeating myself, but I'll say it again because it's the best way to summarize my point. The building will look like a cruise ship docked in a harbor meant for sailboats. To be clear, I support developing housing on the site of the current parking lot, especially if it's affordable housing. I would love to welcome more working families into a neighborhood that has unfortunately priced most people out. Many people in support of the building emphasize the need for more affordable housing. That's not what this development is. It is a large-scale luxury housing development with some less expensive units, but even those are barely affordable for most New Yorkers. So you're fighting for a behemoth luxury building to be built while destroying the charm of a historically preserved neighborhood. I guarantee that if this massive luxury building is built, neither side will be happy with the outcome. What is the point of a historic district if a massive rupture like this proposed building is allowed to dwarf and eclipse its historical neighborhood? For those reasons, I urge the commission to deny this application until meaningful changes are made. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to thank everyone who testified. I think it's so nice that we have so much community input. I think we had a lot of testimony that was thought-provoking and very passionate. I think what we should probably do is let the applicant think about what we've heard today and bring them back, so that they can talk about, kind of what they heard today. And then we'll have the commissioners comment and vote at a different time. So we do have to close the hearing. Commissioner Ikumbe, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, would you second that?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. So that concludes the public hearing and public meeting for March 10th, 2026. I want to thank everyone for their participation, and we will see everyone next Tuesday, March 17th, for our next public hearing and public meeting.